Oh, hey, Exes. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long one. Well, no. It's probably gonna be like 4 or 5 hours, but here we are. Back at it with some PGR. And the Grey Raven is punishing. Gonna read through no one's story here. Cinder burns. A really long story, apparently. So it's definitely gonna be in 2 parts. Nice. Read through. Alright. Okay. Not sure what to expect. But I have seen like it was like 2 like different trailers for Cinder Burns, I think. I watched them before. So I don't know. I didn't really get much out of those 2 trailers I watched, which is a good thing. It didn't spoil me on anything too crazy. Either that or I'm just completely oblivious to this stuff. But here we go. Cinder burns. Withered grass. It's gonna be a long one. Alright. When I am silent, I feel replete. As I open my mouth to speak, I am conscious of emptiness. The past life has died. I exult over its death, because from this I know that it once existed. The dead has decayed. I exult over its decay, because from this I know that it has not been empty. Ooh, Lu Shun, wild grass. I don't even recognize Lu Shun from like playing Dynasty Warriors. So, grass rots. It begins when it ends. I remember my own death. I was given by many when I was alive, and I gave the future my all. I loved them, and I was loved by them too. I will be reborn as something else, and come back to them. God damn it. OBS disconnected just for like a few seconds. Sorry for what I've done giving a spoiler while you read Sorry Chapter 17. Oh, by saying that Shrek was known? That's fine. It was a spoiler, but it is what it is. That's okay. That's okay. It's not like it's a super big spoiler or anything. You just revealed that Shrek was known, but it's not like you said how no one became like a construct or anything. So a name reveal isn't too crazy. That's spoiler still, but nothing too crazy. So it's all right. Oh, well, speaking of which, these seem to have thrown me off Aslan when I made the wrong choice. I don't remember anything else, though. All I know is that it's getting dark now. It's so cold. It hurts. It hurts. Working, but I'm here in work mode. Well, thanks for coming by, Carefree Dot. Enjoy listening in then. Who am I? Countless names pop up and flash by in his head, except he's unable to make sense of them, being torn apart and feeling nauseous from tormenting phantom pain. Caged. Is this a dream? Or am I just dreaming things now because I'm dying? Pain and death fill his consciousness. Nothing else can be found. I need to wake up from this pain. Confused, the humanoid tries to feel for its limbs. It? Damn. Got reduced to an it now, eh? God knows only how long. Or God only knows how long. His fingertips finally gain sense amidst the shivers, as he slowly opens his eyes from the pain that has tormented him so. Recalibrating visual module, 78.13%. Beepity boop. Visual module? This hits him as a new concept. He has no idea what that means, but his recalibrated vision is showing him exactly what death is like. Where is this? Rubbing his messy hair, he sits up the same way any humanoid would, and checks his limbs and clothing, which only makes him even more unsure of himself. Am I still human? Checking his body for a second time, he doesn't seem to recognize his bioskin and its mechanical structure. Do I still count as human? When did all this happen? Did it all happen on that day? He doesn't know the answers. But these are not the only questions he has. He doesn't know who he himself is, where he came from, and where he has to go next. Lost, the young man walks aimlessly in the dark. After what seems like forever, through the zigzagging paths in the underground tunnel, he's finally out and sees the city. Beside the entrance sits a pile of stones with a clean sling bag in it, beside which lies two swords of different shapes. They seem like murder weapons the killer didn't have time to properly dispose of. Picking up the bag, he sees a blueprint in it with the words Revblade and a blood-soaked notebook. Can't really open this notebook now when it's like this. Putting the items away, he gives the seemingly empty sling bag a few shakes and sees a pair of glasses falling out of a side pocket. The pair of glasses seem familiar to him. Not knowing exactly why, he picks it up and walks up to a puddle of water beside it. He can see himself looking back at himself from the water. Then, he puts the pair of glasses on his face, as if he knew exactly that's what he was supposed to do with them. It isn't until this moment that he finally senses something familiar in himself. Actually, everything in the sling bag seems more familiar to him than his body. Who left the bag here? Where should he go? He paces around as his brain kicks into gear. At sunset, he hears rhythmed footsteps coming from the distance. Hey, there's someone over there. Who are you? Don't worry, we're Babylonia's task force and we're on a rescue mission. You can go to the conservation area with us if you have nowhere to go back to. Well look, this guy's a construct. A construct? What's your team? I was wondering about the same thing, actually. Say, why don't you tell me what a construct is first? Huh? The man and the team learn about each other through a brief exchange. This memory loss you're experiencing is probably caused by a deviation of mind. We've seen quite a few constructs like you these days. The database doesn't have anything on this guy. This thing he's carrying seems like a telecommunication device. Here, I'll have a look at it. The construct soldier checks the device the young man is carrying. Found anything out of the ordinary? It's broken, but it didn't come from Babylonia. Should we get rid of it? We should give it back to him. What if it turns out to be a piece of hint? Could the guy be an unregistered construct from ACA or AREO? Possibly. I'm sure there's a bunch of ascendants we don't know out there that are unregistered. At the mention of the word ascendant, the other two constructs take a few steps back with their weapons raised. Wait, you only went over what a construct is. What is an ascendant? Hesitating for a moment, the three fill him in on what an ascendant is. They're the reason we're living through this mess now. In other words, they're the bad guys. Exactly. They're responsible for the red tide and the defecting constructs. I see. He nods earnestly. Boy, he really knows nothing. Should we try looking into something else? Like his punishing virus concentration? Already did. He's on the low end, but that only shows he's not a transcendent. We've read that ascendants can control the punishing virus. We should speak to the elite squad about it. I heard they'll pass by this area. Yes, and passing by is all they're going to do. They won't come to the base because the purifying force is busy. And the Grey Raven Commandant just recovered, and the construct and the other two constructs, referred to as their captain, stops mid-sentence. Looking hard at the young man, he decides to give him the benefit of the doubt. Come back to our base with us. We'll run checkups on you after that. Wait. We'll deal with any anomalies later when we come across any, but I just don't want to let doubt get in our way of saving people. Captain is right. Too many lives have been lost. We can try to be safe, but that doesn't mean we should leave anyone behind. Giving the man the benefit of the doubt, the three decide to bring him back to their base. Thank you. The team brings the young man to a place they refer to as a temporary base. After the man turns in his rev blade, deemed a dangerous object, and its blueprint, the support construct in the base runs a quick checkup on him. No damage found. It seems that the individual is experiencing after effects of a mind deviation. Mind deviation? See, you're clueless. The support construct quickly goes over the mind and all the possible complications it might cause. Memory loss is one of the things that happens when mind deviates. You're lucky though. You're experiencing some issues with memory reading, but the data in there is still otherwise intact. What you're experiencing is rare, and people like you usually end up with after effects that are more severe if they don't get helped in time. Maybe your mind is super stable. Maybe it's because I've been helped. That's possible. We don't have the equipment needed to treat you, unfortunately, and I suggest you seek help somewhere else. It's either that, or you can give yourself some time and see if you recall anything. It's quite a gamble, though. So I don't need to be treated to recover? Yes, but that's based on the assumption that you have a stable mind. Don't get your hopes up, though, because that's not possible with most constructs. With a smile, she stands up as she waves at him. Are you leaving? I have another mission to attend to. Feel free to stay. Seeing the support construct off, the young man stays quietly in the corner as everyone carries on with work. 3 hours later, when the world is fully clad with moonlight, the man hears noises coming from outside the door. It seems to be a group of unexpected visitors. What are you all doing here? We came to rest ourselves up. Commandant and a few constructs need to be treated. The young man looks at where the construct is pointing. It sees a human behind the crowd, speaking quietly to a nearby construct. Commandant is here alone. What happened to the rest of Grey Raven? The captain came, but the other two stayed up there. Why isn't the captain sticking around Commandant? We had a change of plan and asked the captain to stay here because they were short on hands. After their exchange, they quickly head back to their respective maintenance chambers, leaving the construct captain, who has been stationed in this place, and the commandant here. The two sit by the table. The captain asks some questions while opening a white first aid kit. Is that a first aid kit? Does anyone else need to be patched up or stitched up? The young man is suddenly awash with old memories. Was I a doctor? He looks at the frowning human and the white first aid kit in the distance as he tries to piece together his newfound shards of memory. The second volume of Surgical Science, 21st edition. Took me a while to find it. His finger twitches at the touch of the non-existent book. I'll probably remember more things if I touch the box, the young man thinks to himself as he musters up his courage to offer his help. Excuse me, but can I patch you up? Pardon me? I think... No, I remember learning about this. Can I do this for you? How did that suddenly cross your mind, though? Well, just because we brought you back here doesn't mean you have our complete trust. It's nothing personal. We have no idea who you are, so we can't let you lay a finger on an injured human. Not to mention who is the commandant of an elite squad. Not to mention one who is the commandant of an elite squad. Right when the construct captain is about to push the young man away, you, the person he just referred to as the commandant of an elite squad, stop him. Don't worry. You can't assume someone is guilty until you have evidence saying so. Weighing his options, the construct captain stands up as he looks at the commandant. I have my eye on you, son. Please, have a seat. Introduce yourself. Hi, Grey Raven Commandant. What's your name? I don't remember. Ask him if he has a code name. If it's okay with you, feel free to call me Young Man A or whatever comes to your mind. I remember seeing you somewhere before. Really? But you seem a little different from what I remember. What does the person you remember seeing look like? Was he someone that everyone else had to try to be careful around? I don't know him well. I've never seen him in person. I've only seen him in videos. I didn't see his face clearly. I know he's met my team, but I was injured back then. You sigh, your tone growing serious. He might be a goner now. What else do you remember? Well, when I saw the first aid kit, it reminded me of a book on surgery that I read before and of when I lent a base doctor a hand. It's a sign that the data in your mind is pretty much intact. If seeing things you're familiar with calls pieces of memories to your mind. Right. I was with a support construct just now. I didn't catch her name, but she said the same thing. We can probably get you fixed up in Babylonia. Except, we're having some difficulty traveling back now. A transport craft will come to pick us up in a few days, though. How would you like to go to Babylonia with us? Can I really, though? I mean, I don't even know who I am yet. As soon as he's finished the sentence, the young man realizes that your question was actually a trick question asked out of doubt, to see if his memory loss is feigned. None of these people have any reason to trust him just because he was brought back here, which is exactly what the constructs have said. And even the young man himself finds their doubt fair, because he doesn't even trust himself. They can make him a new addition to the good side. But what if he turns out to be a bad guy? The young man finds this idea terrifying. I don't know. Let me think about that. All right. I look forward to going to Babylonia with you, though. Well, I see. He nods with a smile. The two say no more. The young man finishes patching you up and returns to his corner. The base is a lot quieter after dark. Most people are asleep now, except for the much too energetic girl and an old man having a heated exchange in a corner. They leave messages on the paper for everyone to see. You can't just write down whatever you want on it. But they don't need it anymore, and I'm not writing down random things. I don't care what you're writing, but the piece of paper is theirs and you can't just take it. People here have no terminals and they need these papers to stay up to date on what everyone else is doing. Sob. Sniffle, sniffle. Look, daughter. I just don't want you to get into trouble. Give it back to them already. Seeing them fight brings up a tinge of sadness in the young man. Did I once have a family like this too? Arguing no more, the girl walks up to the commandant from just now with the paper all crumpled up in her hand, all the while sobbing. The two of them have a quiet exchange. The commandant doesn't take the paper from her, but instead pats her on the head and gives her a page torn from a notebook. Thank you. Seeing the girl happy makes the young man happy too. When the young man turns his gaze at the commandant, he sees a pair of eyes looking back this way. Their eyes lock for a few moments in silence. Then, looking away, the commandant says something quietly to the construct captain. Are they talking about a mission? Or are they still being suspicious about me? The young man hides his smile away embarrassingly. Can I really stay here? The distance between him and the rest of the base feels like a cage, one from which he can neither escape nor into which people can go, that confines him to the corner. Would I know where I am supposed to go? If I remember things? Deep in thought, the young man hears footsteps coming from the distance. It's the commandant. Yes? The commandant lowers down and, with a smile, hands over a pen and a notebook page. Why are you giving me these? Well, we'll be on our way to City 6 in a bit. I'm giving you these because I saw that big smile on your face just now. Yeah, we'll say that. Big smile, huh? Lost for words, the young man wishes he had something now that could show himself his facial expressions. Was it very obvious? It was. I don't think so. I mean, now that I said that, yeah, I guess it was obvious. Anyhow, your mind will probably deviate again as you go, which means you'll probably experience memory loss again and again. So I thought I'd give you this pen and paper to jot down anything you remember right away. I'm more than happy to help. Thank you so much. Caught off guard by the commandant's kind gesture, the young man quickly stands up to receive the pen and paper with both hands. And I want to thank you for patching me up. I hope you regain your memory in no time. The young man was going to ask more questions when he realizes that the commandant has left with someone else as they spoke, leaving him all alone. These heroes run into worn-out soldiers, vagabonds, and refugees every single day on the battlefield. To them, the young man is but one of the many encounters they've had. With all that's on their plates, they simply can't afford the luxury of time to learn about him on a deeper level. To the young man, however, any chance missed puts him one step closer to an abyss from which there is no escape. Well, that sounds ominous and concerning. Glass Cradle. With the color of the night grown heavy, the base sees its inhabitants finishing work and readying themselves for bedtime, one after another. Taking advantage of the quiet hours, the young man tiptoes his way to a table and sits down. He sees a piece of paper left by the girl that carries her soft written words. Did I used to do this too? He folds the paper in half and wants to start writing something, only to realize that his mind is as blank as the paper that's staring right back at him. The commandant said to write down whatever pops up in my mind. What can I even remember though? Closing his eyes, the young man delves into his memory. And that's when he begins to feel it. The warmth from the pen he misses so much that throbs in sync with his heartbeats, invigorating every last dark corner in his consciousness. If I try hard enough, maybe I can just recall a few things. Holding the pen in his hand, the young man repeats this line again and again, as though trying to prime himself. I can do this. Still repeating the line, he follows his instinct and puts down a few random lines on the paper. Eventually, the lines, seemingly a great mess, turn into a circle. Then, coupled with the other drawings of irregular shapes, the circle transforms into a teenage young man sitting on a low chair. After which a simple bonfire appears before the young man, followed by an expanding grassland that grows from beneath his feet. The young man seems used to drawing all these, as though he's drawn them countless times before. Wait, so I knew how to draw? But where did all my drawings go? Did someone keep a collection of them for me? Or did they all just pile up into a mountain of used sketchbooks? Or I remember what happened to them now. Mom, those are my drawings. Ever since the young man was still a kid, only one thing had ever happened to his works of art. Right. It would be torn into pieces. It would be used to keep fires burning, or just discarded. Mom's wearing a pretty cool mask. You have 3 seconds to give me the rest of your drawings before I break your pencils too. No, you can't do that. 1. I already have all the vocabulary words memorized from yesterday, and I finished all the chores. 2. I had the hole in my t-shirt fixed too. Why are you doing this? 3. Please, Mom. It's just something I do for a bit before I go to bed. And with it, the begging turns into the sounds of snapped pencils, slaps, and screams, to which a neighbor lashes with ear-splitting shouts. For God's sakes, goddamn witch! Can't you just save all that for tomorrow? Yeah, you goddamn witch. Let go and stand straight. The woman says his name, yet he just can't hear it past the blur. I've told you so many times already, drawing isn't going to help put food on your table, and that it's only going to ruin your eyes. And look at what it's done to your eyes already. It cost me 1 year's worth of my savings to buy you this pair of glasses. Do you know what that means exactly? I'm sorry, Mom, but I don't need your apologies or buts. I just wanted you to know that you've been strangling your own future. While the school's gone, you're responsible for your own learning now. You need to arm yourself with a skill that can get you into the reservation area or the medical area where you'll be safe. And even if you want to live on the lower level of Aslan for the rest of your life, you'll still need to work to keep yourself alive. Clean up the mess here. Aunt Rachel will be here tomorrow, and you do well to go out there with her and get a real taste of the world. See for yourself all those people that are dying from the punishing virus, and you'll see why I want you to live close to a CPF. I don't want to work at cargo though. What do you want to do then? Are you just going to keep drawing? Or are you going to keep fighting the dudes from Carriage H or the security guards from above? How did you find out about all that? The boy lowers his head, his face heavy with emotions. Oh, I know everything. You would have been a goner if it weren't for Rachel. But I roughed them up only because they badmouthed you. These words are stuck at the tip of his tongue. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know his name. We don't know his name. Could his name be? Calling the young boy's name, she lets out a few coughs. You're 9 already. Can't be around you forever. You're living through a very chaotic time, and you'll need to learn to live on your own. Bravery is good, but you'd be stupid to throw your life away over some petty conflict. You need to go with Rachel to have a real taste of the world out there. That's when you'll learn your place in this world. The boy looks at his mother with those pleading eyes of his. Excuse me, hoping she'd spare him the suffering of work. Their eyes are locked for what seems like an eternity. Seeing that nothing is going to change his mother's mind, the boy finally gives in. Fine then. As far as he can remember of his mother, he has never seen her without the mask. She never ate or washed her face in front of her son, and she barely ever slept with the boy around. Every time he got curious and snuck into his mother's workspace, he'd always get a piece of his mother's mind. From what he heard from the workers, a riot is what caused his mother to start wearing the mask, and his father's death. The well-planned riot is the very reason their family is now stuck on the lower level of Oslo. His mother had to pull strings to get herself a job, the one that's barely keeping them both alive now. He has no idea what his mother does for work exactly. Excuse me, another yawn. Only that everyone dislikes her work as much as her mask. Wait, is this all I'm getting? You do know I'm friends with them boys up there, right? What? You don't give a damn? Get lost forever with that stupid mask of yours then. Look, damned witch, I told you about this application. How's that possible? I did a few drinks on the 14th, but I swear I totes remembered this. Who says totes anymore? Did you really have to kick Joe out? He might have broken some rules, but he's a brother. Damn it, I should really ask one of the guards to shoot you and that little monster of yours dead. That's a little extreme. Hey, speaking of the devil, Mommy was away for a night shift last night, and I saw her coming out with so many guys this morning. Do you even know which one of them is Daddy? Hey man, that's kind of fun. Oh, Rachel looks. Whoa, Rachel looks cool. Yeah, that guard deserves to get beat up. Get him, kid. Stop. His mother never loses her cool in the face of all the threats and jibes coming her way. The same way she never gives in to her son's pleading, so long as she thinks his requests fail to align with her plan. She's like a tree, one that provides nothing beyond the shade and fruit that keep him alive. There is, however, one single person who manages to stay on friendly terms with his mother. The person is none other than Rachel, the head of the lower levels cargo crew. Rachel is friends with everyone, and there is not a single person living on the lower level that doesn't respect her. So, Julie sent you down here because of what happened yesterday, I gather? I see you don't like that I told your mom about what happened. No, not exactly. Or didn't that make any sense to her and she just decided to go hard on you? Aunt Rachel. Do you really have any idea how crazy the whole situation was yesterday? You can fight the kids from Carriage H all you want because I know they got nothing on you when it comes to running. But you just can't afford to mess with those guards from up there. They've got guns, and we all know that those guns are meant for anything but to keep us safe. So long as Aslam is theirs, they own all of us here, and can kill you whenever they want. They cost us some cheap compensation to your mom. Where are these yawns coming from? I'm sorry. It's fine. I'm sure you've learned your lesson, and I didn't come to blame you. See, I was just worried. Okay. And I've given those kids from Carriage H a piece of my mind for you. Really? Why would I lie? I know very well what they've been saying behind your back, and I really should have dealt with it sooner. It's not your fault. Okay. He nods earnestly. But hey, I understand those kids have been messing with you, but you really want to drop that long face of yours sometime. Hill told me she said hi to you the other night, and apparently you just walked away all pissed without greeting her. The poor one was shocked. There aren't many in Carriage N on friendly terms with your mom and you, and Hill is definitely one of the handful. I'm sorry. Save that for when you see her next time. You refuse to say that to her yourself? She was just standing around watching when the kids when Carriage H picked on me. Look, you need to understand that not everyone has what it takes to stand up to the bad guys. She might have stayed away, but that doesn't mean she approved of what they did. Okay. I'll go and apologize to her tonight. Attaboy. Should I go to cargo with you then? No, because I got you a much better position. Much better position? See that ventilation duct up there? I need you to go up there and see if there's anything in that needs fixing. But I don't even know what needs to be fixed. That's fine. You just need to go all the way to the end and stay there until I call for you at night. That's it? Of course. What, you think I'd put a 9-year-old in cargo? Rachel winks at the boy. Gotcha. Thanks. I'd save that for later if I were you. Not fully understanding Rachel's intention, the boy climbs down the ventilation duct she pointed at. When he finally reaches the end, he sees that there isn't some secluded tunnel waiting for him. Rather, it's a place he's never even dared dream of. The book storage? The boy is now at Storage 08 in Carriage P's cargo, where they store piles and piles of paper books waiting to be sold, and a terminal storing e-books and data. There are novels and books on poems, history, and myths, but other than these, there are also picture books and mangas, which any 9-year-old will find much easier to read. Like a fish who's finally found water, he dives right into a book he seems to be able to read and begins reading away. The boy was ready to grind through the day, but it ended up being so much fun that he forgot to eat the food he brought. Time creeps by with every turned page, and before the boy knows it, his time is up. Hearing knocks coming from the ventilation duct, the boy reluctantly puts down the book in his hands and goes back the way he came through the ventilation duct. So, how did you like hanging out alone in there? It wasn't bad, but the boy thinks this is all too good to be true. If mom finds out about this, will she tear down the whole storage? What if those people that hate my mom find out that I was there? Are there going to be consequences? You're going to be fine, as long as you didn't find it scary. I'll just tell your mom that I put you on the maintenance crew to help them fix the tunnel, because you're too young to come to cargo. But I didn't... Alrighty, blah blah blah. Keep it down and be careful with the books. And remember to keep an eye out for people when you go in and out. Let me handle talking to your mom. Right. Thank you. No worries. The world might be a mess now, but knowledge will still pay off in the long run. Make sure you read and learn a whole bunch of things in there. Try to be nicer to your mom. You see, she's just trying to help because... Hesitating for a few moments, Rachel decides to drop what she is about to say. The boy never dares to ask what Rachel was going to say. After Rachel's talk with the young boy's mother, he now has 4 hours worth of work to do for the maintenance crew outside of chores and studying. At home, he pays close attention to his mother's tone, and he works and studies harder than ever to keep his mother in the dark. Once he's back at the storage with all the books, He becomes a fish swimming freely across a sea of books, all the while absorbing all the nutrients it provides. This place shelters him from everything, be it his mother or the venom that spews out of people's mouths when they mouth off his mother. Many find books like these too impractical for the kid's good. But to someone like him, someone born on and confined to a train, these books are his only chance to learn about the world out there. Sorry, I keep on yawning. I slept late, only to then wake up early. So, it's been a long day for me. He might not own these books, but he's confident that he knows what's in these books better than the one who owns them. Be it the Golden Age, the ever-expanding universe, or the romance and tears, he remembers every single story he's read. That's impressive. A story he remembers particularly well is one where the protagonist vows to fight for justice and an ideal world, and how the world is actually fixed in the end. In the countless stories he's read, people stop hurting one another to survive. Rather, they work as one to rebuild their home. Repenting or not, the bad guys pay for what they've done. Through these stories, he gradually comes to grasp with his place on the train and why it's important to fight oppression back. If someone could really make it happen, then this place would probably change like the world does in the stories. With the book in his hands, the boy makes a wish to himself. He wants to become someone like the hero from the stories, someone who fights for justice. In fact, he thinks he would probably be happy to just fight alongside the hero. Again and again, the boy would dream of being the hero that comes to the world's rescue. Yet it soon wears away when his mother comes down hard on him. She has criticized him in more ways than one, putting all sorts of labels on his dream. Eventually, the boy loses ground. It's probably high time that I face the music. Mom is probably going to be mad again if I pick fights with the kids. Deciding to compromise with reality, the boy comes up with an action plan, in which he secretly stores away his dream. I'm sure Mom is going to be okay with me drawing when the train is once again peaceful, and I've learned how to keep my head above water. But for now, I guess I'll just do as Mom and Rachel say and help around the house. My life goes on, as the boy holds on to his flimsy little dream and goes through all the emotional ups and downs that come with it. Life hasn't been exactly easy growing up, what with all the pressures and his futile resistance against them. Yet here he is, ready to turn 11. Lost at night. Hang on, I'll be right back. Just gonna go to the washroom real quick. Okay. This is a godlike pepper and a really long one. Alright. Okay. Also got myself a little bowl of like fruit. Lunch on while I read. Alright. Lost on night. It's a day. It's a day like any other, or at least it was supposed to be. The boy has been reading in the storage room late into the night, yet he's still yet to hear the familiar knocks coming down the ventilation duct. Seeing now that it reads 4 a.m. on his device, and feeling helplessly edgy, the boy decides to crawl out of the ventilation duct and tiptoes his way back home. With the door ajar, he sees that the lights in his mother's workspace are still on. Badly wounded, Rachel sits before his mom with a frown on her face. It's not the first time the cargo crew let things go missing. I didn't do it this time. Which means you've done it before? That's a really bad joke. Some of the guys from before tried to rob my things. I was the one that stopped them. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. I do, of course. Except they all say you're the one that did the robbing this time. Do you trust me? Makes sense if you don't, though. I mean, you probably would have been much better off without me anyway. Curious about what that means, the boy was about to open his mouth to ask, yet stops in his track, and it tracks. The timing isn't quite right just yet. Do you regret all of this? No, because the riot had just had to happen. But look, I'm very sorry. No, don't be. You didn't kill him. The perp took advantage of the riot. She stops for a few moments before she continues. Ashlar used us all. Used, you said. The same way I've been using him and those good-for-nothing royals, I bet. She says these words with sizzling anger, but I'm not ready to turn the tables with him just yet. There are things that I just can't do without him. But Julie, I'll never become one of them, and you know I never will. The boy doesn't exactly understand what Rachel is saying to his mother, but he now knows that they've been working with someone they both hate, and that there are people in the cargo crew who take what's not theirs. This isn't the first time their conversation turned tense, but every time he tries to ask about it, they brush him off. You're 11 and an adult now, the boy's mom said to the boy a while back. But when he asks her a question she doesn't want to answer, she'd go back on her words and say, "You're still too young to worry about that." What happened to Assad? She drops the topic and starts asking about Rachel's friend. Assad. The boy remembers the name. He's close to Rachel, and they always work and drink together. They are so close that people won't stop teasing them. What does the baby do? Assad always laughs it off when he hears things like this. You're kidding me, right? I'd find someone much more elegant if I were to date. He's hurt and is resting. The two of them sit silently in the swaying train for a while. Thank you for today. I will definitely be more careful going forward. Okay. Rachel stands up and pulls open the curtains and sees the boy hiding behind it. Blah, blah, blah. Good evening. Blah, blah, blah. You'll not tell anyone what you heard just now. Okay? I won't. Julie, be nice to the kid. Come in, blah, blah, blah. Time for bed. Blah, blah, blah. Mom, did Aunt Rachel do something bad to you before? He ventures the question. The riot she was talking about. Is that why Dad was killed? Look, this isn't something. I'm not a kid anymore. He talks back in a lowered voice. I can work on my own in the maintenance crew. It's a lie, but the urge to know the truth drives the boy to use it as a chip for bargaining. His attempt, however, fails to fool his mother. Work? You think I don't know what you've been doing? I only took her up on her proposal because she said it's too dangerous for a 9-year-old to work in the cargo crew, and that books can help you with learning, and that you won't come in contact with the guards if you stay there. You should sleep now. But you should sleep now. Those words are supposed to be words of comfort, except they come out sounding like an order and trigger an explosion of all the feelings that have been bottled up inside the boy over the years. Mom. Yes. People say that if Dad were still alive, he would never leave us here. He would never let others call you a witch or a... Have you heard these? Why does it matter? I'm too busy to feel bothered. But don't you feel sad when you hear them? How does feeling sad help us? Is it going to change anything? Just because it isn't going to change anything doesn't mean you don't feel sad, right? It doesn't matter if I do. These feelings will only suffocate us. Your father is dead. There's nothing I can do for him. I don't even have a chance to feel sad. Looking at the boy's determined face, she keeps her cool and explains their situation to him for the first time. Aslam has always been in chaos. Everyone does what they can to survive this hellhole. Some resort to violence, some to trickery, and some can only rely on others. Regardless of which path they pick, when the sky comes tumbling down, everyone has to bear the consequences of their choice. She rubs her fingers on the edge of her mask. Her fingers are shaking slightly. Rachel wants to change the status quo. At that time, as an aristocrat from the upper level, your father was part of the problem. I begged him to change, but he died just after the riot began. Rachel didn't kill him. The perpetrator just used the chaos she caused. There are still many more people up there like your father, or even worse than him. He died without ever having the chance to prove that he could change. People down here just can't be bothered to understand me. But I can understand why they feel this way. To them, I am an accomplice of the aristocrats. Mom, do you hate me? Even at the very bottom of Aslam, people wouldn't have treated you like this had you been born into a different family. Can't we leave? The world out there is much worse than this. The punishing virus has taken over the land, and you need to be around a CPF to be safe. You can stay here because I still have a job here. But when I'm gone, you'll have to leave and join the ranks of the scavengers if you can't fend for yourself. When that day comes, there will be no food, no shelter, and you might get infected anytime. When you want to rest, the corrupted and the robbers will swarm up to you. What should we do? Trust Rachel. She has a plan to free us from this oppression. Will she become a great leader? Just like the heroes in the books? Yeah. She lets out a heavy sigh. Are you helping her, Mom? Yes. I'm trying to help her. I don't always agree with the way she does things, but I have no right to question her either. She's good at winning people over to our side, and that's just one of the things she's good at that I'm not. She puts her hand on her mask again to make sure it just sits safely on her face. When I was your age, my dream was to become a merchant that brings people whatever they need. Except, I realized I had nothing to sell but my own future. Your future? She nods and hides all the scars of time behind her mask, revealing no further details. Why do you sell your future? To buy things that I otherwise can't afford. For someone ordinary to become a hero, there is a steep price to pay, and it might even hurt those around you. Those words turn into sharp knives and stab him in the heart. On. I've given your situation some thought over the past few days. You're no genius, and it's way too difficult for you to learn a skill on your own. You need a teacher. Rachel will put you in honor cargo crew once you turn 13. Like it or not, you need to learn how to keep yourself alive. Time to sleep now. No, I don't want to sleep. What did you mean when you just said you're selling your future? Where are you going? You should sleep now. Without saying another word, she drags a tattered blanket over and puts it over the boy. Mate, you haven't answered my question. You should sleep now. Her lowered voice now sounds menacing. Are you going to stay here tonight? She lets out a non-committal response through her mask, which is then followed by coughs. Did you catch a cold? She shakes her head without saying anything. She lies down on her side next to the boy. Then lifting her hand to touch the boy, she starts singing the same gentle lullaby that she always did many, many years ago. Sleep, sleep, my child. For there are fireflies here that will keep your heart alight. Sleep, sleep, my child. May your dreams be as peaceful as this summer night. May hope forever be by your side. Your worries will drift with the wind, and when you rise to the first light, the sun will greet you with a gentle smile so bright. So sleep, sleep, my child. For only when you wake up free of worries can you smile at the world warmly. The young man wakes up from his memory and sees that he's all alone now, having been left here by the constructs and the commandant from last night. In the distance, the boy can hear a construct girl singing away as she fixes a toy with the parts she has. Oops, did I wake you up? Did I fall asleep holding this pen? Yep, and good morning. Where are the others? We all left on a mission. My name is Lillian, by the way. You told me about your memory loss, and I'll be taking you to Medical Center 09 in a bit. Medical Center 9? Someone from yesterday told me that I should go somewhere with better medical resources, and I'd get myself checked up and treated there. But they never said it's Medical Center 9. That's what they were talking about, because that's the only place around here with better medical resources. We'll be on our way when the transport vehicle's here. Have you recalled anything? Do you remember your name? I've recalled a lot of things, except for my name. Seems like you really hated your name, huh? What makes you say so? According to our instructor, you'll tend to have a harder time recalling something if you tried to shun it before the memory loss. That's probably what's happening to you now, I'm guessing. Why would I try to shun my name, though? Oops, did I say something wrong? No, I'm just feeling a little lost here. But you said you've recalled a lot of things already, right? But they're all from before I was 12, and they all have to do with my family and friends and the picture books and mangas I've read. But why am I remember everything I've read? Anything else? Well, they're nothing worth mentioning. I bet they're just some of the bad things you've done. Unfortunately, no. Just memories of some situation we couldn't work our way around. Dreams I couldn't make happen. A nice aunt who would occasionally come to my rescue. My mom, who basically never told me a thing. Boy, those are lame with a capital L. I swear you'd be some guy if you were in a game. I guess you're right. Say, do you think an ordinary person might just someday find himself on the wrong side of justice? If anything, an ordinary person is exactly the type that would fall on the wrong side of justice, since they've got nothing that would help them land on the right side of it. For someone ordinary to become a human, there is a steep price to pay, and it might even hurt those around you. The boy once again recalls his mother's words. The boy died in what little still has of his memory. Yet here he is, alive and well in this body he doesn't recognize. What price did he have to pay exactly for this miracle to have happened? The transport vehicle's here. Here, they left your weapon here for you. Let's get going. Said here 3 times in quick succession like that, huh? With her toy only half fixed, Lillian stands up from the desk. And it's only now that the young man sees that the toy is a firefly put together with parts. Wait a second. Where did you get that thing you're holding? Are you talking about this firefly toy? I found this out there when I came. Can I have a look? I feel like I've seen it before. With a worried look on her face, Lillian hands the damaged firefly toy over to the young man. This toy is put together with gears and used light bulbs. Here you just need to give its head a little twist and the wings will flap away. The body of the toy, however, is now twisted at such a weird angle that it seems as though it's been hit by something. What's with this? Oh god. Scars are part of one's memory. Beauregard. It's Nugget. And with it, an excruciating pain spreads out from its chest with an inexplicable malice. It's the same kind of pain that hit him when he first woke up. Some things are just meant to be. Ooh, first combat mode. Muscle memory. Cool. I really like Nolan's design. Looks really cool. Realizing that none of this is purely coincidental, the young man spends a good 10 minutes trying to find out if Lillian saw anyone when she picked up the toy. Look, I've said this already. It was just out there and I thought it belonged to one of the kids around. I was going to fix it and just leave it here, but you can totally have it if you think it's yours. But for what it's worth, don't you think you're a little too old for a toy like this? I don't know. It's probably just something I thought I kept around, as a reminder of my dreams as a child. Unable to get to the bottom of his question, the young man resorts to writing down a message on the piece of paper he got the night before. The driver in the transport vehicle out there is honking impatiently by the time he finishes folding up the paper and leaves it with one of the constructs guarding the base. At least I'm making headway here, he tells himself. And it's true that he's made headway. But just exactly who is that person he can't remember the face of? And who's that boy that pops up in his mind with the melody? Where are his mother and Rachel now? Could they just be waiting for me somewhere as I wander across the world as a lost soul? No, I can't stop just yet. I will never be able to get to the bottom of this if I don't get my memory back. Calming himself down, the young man shifts his focus back to the conversation the constructs are having. Conversation. Where's the chief commandant? Grey Ribbon left in the middle of the night because they got a bit of a situation going on. What happened? Not sure, but apparently some of the guys guarding the place defected, and God only knows where they went. All these disasters over the past few months are pretty disconcerting. Say, do you think they're hanging out with Ascendants now? Ascendants? No way. Oh, yes way. Who wouldn't want to be immune to the virus, right? I mean, not everyone can be, but better giving it a try than waiting around. Come on, you're talking out of your ass. I'm not. See, people have been talking about this. They think there's no end to all this fighting, so they'd rather keep their options open. For example, by joining the ranks of Ascendants and see if they get lucky. And that's why the higher-ups decided to send the purifying force out, right? Man, Best we drop this topic now and do what we're supposed to do. Their sighs fade into the lasting silence that shrouds the car, until one of them decides he's had enough and starts talking about Lillian, who sits in the corner. What's with the long face, Lillian? I lost touch with Talbot from the squad. I haven't been able to get a hold of him yet. What? You should have brought this up earlier. Well, he was still on the line until just now. You gotta keep an eye out for the guy. Kinda lost it after what happened to Anna. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if he decides to defect somewhere down the road. A few moments later, the transport vehicle stops at a fork. All the cost trucks get off. The young man and Lillian head toward Medical Center 9 together as they chat about what's been happening lately until her device starts ringing. Lillian, are you in the med zone now? Help! Help! I'm almost there. What's going on? I'm surrounded by a bunch of corrupted. I need help. Wait, I thought you were supposed to be there to help people. Shut up, Blush. Blush? Help. Blush is calling for help. This thing is a cub based on a weirdo, which is why I call it Blush. I mean, it's lost its colors so much that you can't really tell what it... Wait, why am I telling you all this now? I just sent our coordinates your way. Just come and help us now. Please. Hey, John? The young man almost chokes when Lillian calls him that, but still manages to keep a straight face. I heard it all. Let's go and help. Right, thank you. Let's go. John. John Doe. John Smith. He's a Smith. He shouldn't be too far ahead. Gotta finish it up here and hurry to the rescue. No, I have no orbs. That's fine. Can you use these two weapons? Is this some muscle memory? Does that mean that I used to fight like this? That's a crazy style of fighting. It kind of reminds me of Abyss Watchers from like Dark Souls 3. Is that? Oh. Incorrect action. I got my orbs. The silence. That caught me. Thank you. We have more injured incoming. I know. Leave it to me. How could this be? Only one survived. The others are... What's happening? Oh god. Lillian, what's wrong? Oh god. I gotta help her. Can you handle it here? No problem. Go. John. I'll be right there. Sweet. It seems like a piece of memory buried deep inside his body. He is no stranger to the structurally unconventional rev blade and the relatively simple stiletto. Stiletto? Really? That looks bigger, way bigger than a stiletto, but sure. The clouded street, the clinking of metal, and the gunpowder that shoots straight up the nose. This is it. I remember everything now. I fought a whole lot. I was part of the cargo crew, and I was the captain of Crew 8. When it comes to ACA, people think about all the different classes of cars on Aslan. The class that occupies the greatest area isn't the upper level, to which the noble carriage, the functional car, and the guest car belong, but rather the lower level, to which the cargo carriage, the commoner carriage, and the industrial carriage belong. The commoner carriage is a congregation of regular people with skills. They make up the logistics crew, maintenance crew, cargo crew, and the Bumblebee, something unique to ACA. Before the Bumblebee saw an expansion in its number of members, the majority living on the lower level of Aslan belonged to the cargo crew. Because of the punishing virus, however, machines are no longer omnipotent, and the streets now abund with corrupted, robbers, and ruins abound. To keep the circulation of items and mail alive, to help it resume trading in a world on the verge of destruction, ACA formed a logistics network with the cargo crew, along with sheer hard work and some homespun transport vehicles. They recycle resources produced by the reservation area, bases, and some rebuilt factories, and occasionally either sell them to other places or have the Bumblebee process them again, and then sell the final products. To many bases, the cargo crew is a sign of hope, because they come with much needed supplies and take away with them what isn't needed. They help homeless merchants keep their heads above the water, and many times they've come to the rescue when people were in dire situations. Most importantly, they brought a ridiculous amount of wealth to the aristocrats living on the upper level. The job is dangerous, and one might often face either robbers or the corrupted, and that's when they might lose their goods or their life. Still, the job was a dream job to many homeless scavengers, until what happened back then, that is. Something doesn't seem right, and it rolls around in his mind like a glass ball. At some point, people stopped seeing the job as a dream job, but as a symbol of slavery and sucking up, rather. What happened back then? That's why Rachel said she was going to strike the aristocrats with a revolution for those living on this lower level. Did she manage to pull it off, though? The boy tries to recall what happened, only to realize that his memory takes him no further. Pandora's box. The three rush toward Medical Center 9 with the only survivor. What happened? Who's this? I came across a squad that had been assaulted, and most of them were dead by the time I got there. Having heard the noise here, some of the refugees gather around. Let me help. I appreciate your sense of humor, but you should probably just stay out of this. Out of the way. She's a technician in the reservation area before coming to the med zone. She was 100 times better than you, Talbot. Oh, that was the birdie talking. Ugh. Boy, I'm sure I'm not even half as good. Let's get to work already. What's she doing? Is there anything wrong with her mind? She's got damage all over her body. Some of them seem old, and I'm still working on figuring out the others. Right. Let me take care of this part, and you can handle the rest of it. Okay. Lillian turns around and pulls over a medical cart and begins working away with this technician who hasn't made her name known. What's with that face? Didn't think this place would be so different, huh? I sure never saw this coming. Look at all these new faces we have here. We're definitely bigger, but more organized as a group now. A lot of them came out when the train collapsed, and we decided to assign them all to different bases because God only knew how long it would take for the train to work again. The train. Talbot fell silent at the mention of the train. It all happened out of the blue. We ended up with a whole bunch of injured people while short on supplies. It was a total mess. Most of the humans have recovered already and are sharing the workload. The whole situation hasn't really gotten better since, but we've been coping just fine helping each other out. What are you all doing here, by the way? It's our turn to guard the place. Oh, where's that guy that came with you? Talbot looks over at the young man, who's now talking with one of the medics in the med zone. Busy changing wound dressings for a little boy. The man doesn't notice what people are saying about him. Is he your new captain or just a new member? Doesn't seem like he's having any trouble hanging out with humans. I don't know who he is. We just met him on our way here. Lillian said he doesn't even remember his own name because of memory loss. Actually, you guys finally found someone to be your new captain. The higher-ups ain't got no time to make us a new team now. They just make do with whoever they can find. Saying no more, Talbot keeps himself busy wiping his weapon. I think it's Talbot. Talbot? Totes feel you. No one says totes anymore, man. I mean, it's been a while since the incident at Puglia Forest Park ruins, don't remind me. And the higher-ups are still having a hard time dealing with things efficiently. Right, and that's because they've taken in way too many refugees. Putting all of them back on track hasn't been exactly easy. Things are getting better though. Traffic between the sky and the ground has resumed partially, and we've seen supplies and weapons replenished. Alrighty, done with basic checkups and treatment here. Her mind is still a mess, and it's a miracle that she's conscious at all. What's your... Oh! I recognize him. What's your name? Yeah, well... Which squad were you on before? My squad. They're all... unable to even string her words into a proper sentence. The girl starts crying. I wouldn't trust this one. Something about that construct. I don't know what it is. Let's save that question for later. Her mind isn't exactly stable now, yet, and we don't have a commandant here. Let's leave her to rest for now. Next person in line? Coming. The young man puts down the medical instrument he was holding, then walks up toward the medical table and sits down beside the girl. Man, all these people with unstable mind these days. Dude, just try to imagine the damage you're seeing your teammates cut into pieces can do to your mind. Oh yeah, I'm damn sure we're going to end up with just a few more defectors if things keep up the way they do. We have no updates on the Omega weapon so far. I don't see why we need to keep being hopeful about it. Are you saying that defecting is any better? Where are we supposed to go? What place is safe even? Return to Ascendance, of course. Oh, come on. Come on, what? The Parliament has already taken in Transcendence like Camus. Things would be a lot easier if someone could just become an Ascendant and reign uncorrupted. I know what you mean, but none of those defectors came back here to help us. What if it's because they couldn't? Intel says only a handful of them passed that filtering, right? But those that did could have come back here to help us, right? Ascendants can only be our enemies. That's just how you see it, though. If I were an Ascendant, I'd have the freedom to use it however I pleased. I know we aren't out of harm's way yet. I probably don't have a second chance, but I'm willing to take whatever comes my way, so long as I could do something to fix this disaster. Why do you sound like you already have a plan? I knew it. Come on, just drop that already. Only thing you'd become is a corrupted if you go, and we'd have no choice but to get rid of you. What if I don't become a corrupted, though? What makes you think you'd be one of the few lucky ones, kid? I have no idea what these Ascendants you're talking about are capable of. Punishing has been around for years already, and we'd have seen a savior by now already if that idea were meant to work. You need to take it slowly, son. That's just how things work. You think you know me? Talbot throws a punch at the wall, drawing people's attention, and silence ensues. Take it slow, huh? Someone dies with every second that passes. You were telling me to take it slow. Come on, Talbot. What has taking it slow done for us? What have we stopped? The corrupted did drop in number, but we now have cattle creatures and the red tide to deal with. There is no end to getting rid of punishing. People are dying and we can't do a damn thing about it. Talbot, Master, she died. Master died. Had I known the train was going to collapse, I would have done everything I could to stop Anna and the elite squad from escorting the Forsaken. But I didn't. I failed at protecting her. Wait, what train? Talbot, enough with all that nonsense. We could have sent you down to the purifying force for saying all that, you just said. And the old man didn't mean ill. He's right. We'd have seen a savior already. We'd have seen a savior already if being gifted is the only thing you need to pass the filtering. Being an ascendant isn't the way out. There's only so much that a transcendent can do. We need to figure out a different way to save more people. Now, apologize to the man and empty your mind of that childish thought at once. If this ever happens again, I'll have no choice but to call the purifying force on you. Why, you little... I'm sorry. Saying not another word. Talbot walks away with all eyes on him. Hey, Talbot. Lillian rushes up after Talbot. Where are you going? The man was about to go after them when the technician holds him back down. We aren't done with your checkups yet. Let's go. Already on it. Talbot. Sigh. Don't be sad. We've been going on and on about it these days and haven't worked out a single plan. It's the same old thing as it was years ago. Show you an incentive you can't possibly refuse. Make us believe that everyone will get a cut of it if we all work of it. While they're in fact just sending us straight to the slaughterhouse. That sounds like a Ponzi scheme. You're talking about blessing boxes, right? Blessing boxes. Mind you, that thing is more than a Ponzi scheme. There's gambling, and it can really eat you and your whole family up. Your family up whole. The aristocrats make themselves those things, right? I heard that that's Ashlar's idea. But how does that have anything to do with all these ascendants they were talking about? Nothing. They're just the same in principle. They can both eat you up. The lucky one becomes the aristocrat's dog, and the other 9,999 all get eaten up whole. The aristocrats? Cosmetics don't need to leave it to the hand of luck to draw tickets, at least. Yeah, and that's because they need to do that at the cost of possibly losing their lives. Do we stand a chance to win then? Now if things don't change, it's just like how things were back then, right? They all fought and died, period. The train. Right, I remember it now. Listening to people's discussion, the young man closes his eyes as memories flood over him. The blessing box. It's one of those things that cause the lower level to rot. I probably heard about blessing box for the first time before I was 9. But when was it exactly? It's been so long, I can't remember it now. Back then, conflicts between the upper and lower levels were mostly personal. The lower level wasn't as crowded, and the guards from the upper level were pretty well mannered. Mom said ACA had been on the verge of chaos, but never truly crossed the line. This is your workspace for today. Everything is in there and organized, and you'll all be paid for the amount of work you do. Thank you all so much. The guard walks into the cargo car with the dozens of selected ones, and there they see piles of goods and some recycled paper boxes. Alright, blessing boxes again. Gotta love easy jobs like this. Right, since this job is relatively easy and the pay is calculated based on how much work you do, boss wanted us to get a few kids with too much time on their hands to do these for extra earnings. Of course, I would be happy to bring some old hands here too. They don't have another source of income other than those easy tasks from the logistics crew anyway. Copy that. Sounds like a plan, actually. I'll tell boss about that. With a nod, the guard turns around and leaves. Do we only need to stuff the things from the bigger box into these blessing boxes? Yes, you just need to fold up these recycled boxes, Wipe off any filthy traces on them, stuff the things from the chest into the boxes, and seal them up. And keep in mind that you're only supposed to stuff one of each item into a single box. Right, thank you. Do you think I see a kid this age here? We're totally fine with it. This job is easy enough, and it wouldn't hurt to have some extra earnings. With a paper box in his hands, the boy looks into the bigger box with all sorts of things. The bigger box holds a lot of simple parts, loose medications, and old everyday products. Those things are as good as useless. But other than that, there is a deck of shiny cards sitting neatly in a metal box with a tantalizing shine. Ooh! Are them Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Sir, what are these cards? They're blessing cards. Blessing cards? Yes, there are only so many of them. You need to be really lucky to have one in the blessing box you buy. And if you do get one in the lot box you buy, you get to board the train with the card and live with everyone. Why do you need a blessing box to live with everyone, though? Some consider yourself lucky for being a native on that train. You've no idea what's going on out there. But I do. Mom told me about what's going on out there. But I still don't know why you need a blessing card to board the train. Because we only have so many seats on the train and they need tickets to board. Have you heard about these tickets? He nods earnestly. There aren't many livable places out there. See, if you go to places like refugee bases, med zones, or reservation areas, you'll see that they only take in skilled workers that are young enough. Oh, excuse me. And if they're nice enough to take you in, they won't be able to keep you around for long. Because with all sorts of things in short supply, no one wants to keep someone around that can't help with anything. Which is why the safer the place you go, the more they want to make sure you really are skilled. And you get to stay there if you pass the screening. But the problem is that there are a bunch of people who either failed or have no family members who passed the screening. It's not necessarily the case that they aren't capable of anything. Wherever they went to was probably just a bad fit for them, and it's much too risky for them to travel far away from home or for job hunting. So they want to hop on the train and go somewhere else? Exactly. The train never stops hiring. You'd have to pass the screening though, of course. Be it the cargo crew, maintenance crew, logistics crew, or the guards or the service staff up there, they only want people with the right skills and physical condition. But what happens if someone just can't pass a single screening? Then physical work it is done. And they're actually short on hands these days. Most physical jobs are one-shot deals though, which is why people don't keep workers around to meet these ad hoc needs. If someone is lucky enough to get one of the tickets we stuff into one of the boxes, they can hop on a board and either go to live somewhere safe without having to go through the screening, or form a nomadic squad with others and do their part to help. And the upper level stands to gain part of the supplies, while the lower level gets a few extra hands that can go and help people around. I think the other folks and kids would then be able to come up and help with making blessing boxes, which makes it possible for everyone to get supplies. I like how that sounds. They're all happy and excited about the future. After that day, with the blessing box gaining traction, the lower level starts growing crowded. They're now seeing an influx of people who failed to pass screenings at other places, and most of the skills they possess do not align with the skills they need to work on the train. To help these people stay above water, the aristocrats from our Bumblebee squad that takes on everyone without a stable job. Bumblebee does all sorts of outsourced work, be it rebuilding reservation areas, helping with farming, removing ruins from the road that's standing the cargo crew's way, or working as ad hoc mercenaries. Most of these people, however, either stay behind in the industrial carriage or head down to all the factories to do simple odd jobs in place of machines that don't work anymore. Things have so far turned out the way everyone had expected them to. Except these simple odd jobs quickly get out of hand. Without a proper screening process that filters out those who just aren't meant to be here, the Bumblebee now has quite a few members that are less than cooperative. Yo, I got humiliated good at the reservation area I was at today. Because of Bumblebee? Damn straight. This guy was helping on the farm while I was at the base, and dude was rolling on the ground, whining about how tired he was after getting his pay. That ain't no surprise at all. A winner would never even think about buying a blessing box. You know what I'm talking about. You'd only buy a blessing box if you're too young, in which case you were born having no school to go to. Whether you'd have been able to pick up the skill. You're too old, in which case you spent the prime of your life either doing some creative job, horses, game design. These are all things that could have only kept you alive back in peaceful times. I have full respect for all sorts of occupations, and I came across a bunch of these people working different lines of work before going to the reservation area. I'm talking about those that haven't found themselves a job and are still refusing to be scavengers. Dude, it's a miracle that these people haven't caused any big scene at all during physical work. It's normal that some of them crack doing it. Did you just say it's normal? Well, logically speaking, yes, but I want to talk about whether they're good fits for the job. See, it's no difference than throwing dirt on ACA's reputation. And guess what? The cargo crew is getting dragged through the mud because of all these. When people from reservation areas know we're from ACA now, they just assume we're a bunch of peasants. Oh, did I say peasants? Bunch of jerks. Without bothering to check our affiliation. I don't know why I said peasants. That came out of nowhere, sorry. We're all a bunch of peasants. Gotta put up with that, and we need to give them credit for even getting out there to work at all. They're definitely faring a lot better than those good-for-nothings that stay behind in the car and steal people's bread from under the pillow. They're a hopelessly useless bunch, and those bases got some real nerve hiring those bumblebees. The dirty work has to be done, but there ain't dirty work around to be done every single day. Keeping those idle bumblebees around at this all the time is only more trouble, which is why it makes sense to carry them around and put those hands where they're needed as the training goes. The upper level is supposed to be responsible for those bumblebees. We're losing spaces to live in down here with all these new people coming. We've never seen any supplies we've earned making blessing boxes. They got some real nerve asking us to make more. Hearing this, the boy puts down the box he was folding. Let's carry on. We're going to get our wage cut if we don't finish these today. But, Hill, this box. Stop complaining. The higher-ups said there won't be as many tickets to go around after this batch of blessing boxes is all sold, which means you'll be seeing fewer necromancers and better living conditions on. Yeah, like we're totes going to buy into that. You think I enjoy dealing with all these? Stop blibbing around. Stop frickin' treating us like those bumblebees nannies. Aristocrats always make sure I feel their rage when the logistics crew from the lower levels, their plate full and things go south. I'm so freaking fed up. Maybe you want to tell them aristocrats. Maybe you want to tell them aristocrats to stop being so greedy. Then. Slashing the guard. He turns around and walks into the crowd. Zara getting influenced by the aristocrats? I know. All that time spent in Aslam. It's like I'm really there. Bumblebee. What you looking at? What you all looking at? No work, no pay. That's right. This workload is insane though. Dude, what do you have to complain about making boxes? Consider yourself lucky that you're earning easy money. Perhaps you want to try living as a mercenary and start enjoying death in the eye every single day. Stop looking at them. Let's just finish it. Alright. Arguments, hard feelings from work, and pent up stress. Resentment is quietly brewing up among the people, and the boy can feel just that. The resentment has grown so much by the time the boy has turned old, sparing not even the dining car on the lower level that used to be the safe haven of slackers. To help pacify their own worried souls, the adults give away half of what little food they have in exchange for homemade alcohol and cigarettes. The kids, on the other hand, have no choice but to eat with the car reeking of alcohol and smoke. Beanley's soup again. Beanley's soup. I hate it. What are you holding in your hand? Same thing, but my mom gave me a candy. I want one too. On the verge of tears and sniffing a few times, the girl looks at the boy, and then at another man beside her. Mike. Ain't nothing you can do about it, young lady. His mother is rich with all the dirty moolah she makes, and that candy is just the tip of the iceberg. Yo, easy with that, buddy. Julie ain't doing anything shady. Ain't doing anything shady, huh? Do you know how much money she gives those guards under the table? Guess how her son... Any guess how her son lands himself a place with a bunch that makes blessing boxes and goes there all the time? What do you mean all the time? I've only been here 3 times over the past few years. The boy puts the candy before the girl. And this candy is supposed to be my birthday gift. Just take it. Pretty damn sure he's got a whole bunch of this sitting at home. Really? Are you sure you want your niece to think it's okay to take things from people without thanking them? With the air around them growing tense, the older man sitting next to him starts starts looking on with a frown. Where is Julie, by the way? Still not eating with you? Boy, she's got some real nerve leaving you out here on your own. Have you heard all about the deaths on this month? Hearing the buzz from the table next door, the old man drops the top and turns the other way. No, what happened? Wait, what? What did I say? I said Trump. Did I say Trump? Man. I'm dozing off again. Topic. Did I say, what did I say? Did I say topic or did I say tropical? Oh god, my brain's getting fried right now. This girl from Carriage L had a cardiac arrest and died from low blood sugar. Low blood sugar? That just means she died from hunger now. And these other 2 were killed by fallen walls when they were at a deserted park helping with reconstruction. Did they pay compensation? They did, but one of them had no family, so the guards took all the money. The other had his money taken away too, but because he only had a kid. The guard that took the money away promised he'd pay the kid. Pay the child, God only knows how much every month. Freaking scumbags. They know they can do whatever they please. Whatever the hell they please, because there won't be any legal consequences. Can't help but think they're the perps behind some of these. I mean, they probably want as many people dead as possible so they can get all the money, right? That scares you? You should just be like them and bring those guards a little something. They won't send you to one of those dangerous hellholes if you're the good ones. Stealing a glance at what the cargo crew is eating next table over, the bumblebees' faces grow menacing. For blank's sake, why does their food look so nice? Oh, you should have seen what they had when I first got on the train. Then it was much better than this. They told us we'd be getting their kind of food and accommodation when we got on the train. Bunch of lousy liars. I swear I'm going to strangle every last one of them someday. Excuse me? We aren't even the ones selling those boxes. If you have anything to complain about, just take it with the higher ups. Like hell, I'm gonna believe you didn't reap profit from it. Guys, please. Rachel looks after most of those living on the lower level. Be it the cargo crew or the bumblebee, no one talks back to her when she talks. She is their hero, their leader, a stable source of resources. She might not always have what you need when you ask her, but come back to her in a few days and she'll have what you need. How exactly does she manage to get her hands on things? There isn't even enough to go around. This question has been on the boy's mind for the longest time. He tried to find out how she does it by bringing up the question to her, to which she only said, "I've got extra pay here." We can't just let things be this way forever, can we? I know, but like I've said before, the higher ups are going to work with someone else if we refuse to do these blessing boxes, and that won't help with our situation at all. We tried strikes and protests. By the end of the day, the aristocrats own this train. We don't get a say as long as they're still alive. What are we supposed to do then? Trust me, guys, we'll put an end to it all in no time. Everyone here has had their fair share of misfortune. Some have shelled away what little resources they had to buy blessing boxes. Some have sold blessing boxes in exchange for shelter, while others make blessing boxes to secure supplies without having to put themselves in harm's way. Blessing boxes are like giant magnets that, as soon as people come into contact with them, suck people into an abyss from which there is no escape. Beyond the train lies nothing but barren land, and those who dare to venture out will find themselves embarking on a journey of endless roaming, looting, and scavenging. Who will they be able to hold accountable? What are they supposed to do? Believe it or not, that is the question, one to which no one knows the answer, allowing the status quo to prevail until someone or a group of people explodes with bottled up rage. Ooh. Hang on a second. Okay. Deaths of the innocent. Our path to the future is full of dead fire of life. And so time goes on, with 2 years passing by. By the time the boy has turned 13, the commoner carriage has grown so crowded it's unlivable. Bumblebee has taken in so many newcomers over the years that even with all the outsourced work ACA has taken up, they still find work in short supply. The competition for work has never been so fierce, while their wages hit rock bottom again and again. People have grown numb and cruel about the work-related deaths now. To a point, some of them find it acceptable to poke fun at those who fall ill or are unable to work, labeling them pretentious. Those who haven't yet lost their heart have tried all sorts of ways to escape this hellhole. Some have managed to join principled crews through screenings using their skills or power, while still some pay their way up secure positions as upper-level guards. The other guards don't think highly of those who pay their way up, yet there is nothing anyone can do with them, as long as they've got the right kind of connection. Other than these lucky ones, those who can't stand how crowded the lower level has become have all decided to quit ACA. Still, there are countless people with nowhere to run because they've run out of resources for blessing boxes. Chop, chop, and wake up! We're almost there. You don't want them digheads here to wake y'all up. Azad likes to describe the guards as digheads, but he thinks their faces look especially punchable with their filter masks on. Same deal. We have 10 badges worth of blessing boxes to sell. Each badge has 5,000 boxes. We'll be going through 10 places. We'll call it a day whenever we're done. Wait, 10 badges and 5,000 boxes each? That's 2 times the workload we did last time. That's how the higher-ups said. That's what the higher-ups said. We'd love to help, but can't really do anything about it. And what are we getting in exchange for the boxes? Medicine, just like last time. Here I've pasted an exchange price list on the shipping container. Cause I'm slack already. You just can't you can't find people with that much medicine these days. Even if you can, why would they want blessing boxes in return anyway? Because we managed to sell all the boxes last time, didn't we? See, if you can always find greedy people, and even if they have no medicine to give, they can try asking around to see if people have it, right? Come on, just zip it, get to work. Because you're gonna get one of those dickheads coming at you, you know. Flippin' hell. These dickheads you're talking about were nothing but lousy bumblebees that made their way up buying blessing boxes. Those cocky bads just can't wait to take their revenge now. But what revenge? They're just here to supervise us, and that would be the politically correct way to put it. With a cold face, gives Wayland a slap. Ain't funny at all. Ever since a long time ago, the heads, which in fact are really guards from the upper level, have been patrolling the lower level. They maintain that they do so to ensure work efficiency, except the guards weren't as mean back then. The guards who would come to check the items sold and practiced, but over the years, they'd suppress people who try to complain with violence, leading to conflict on a regular basis. Rachel, however, hasn't done much to remedy the situation. She'd always say, "We really want to be more discreet about going for it since the guys up there know we're up to something. Meeting them head on won't do us any good. But you gotta do something about it. People are pissed with a capital P. Don't you see that look on those bastards' faces when they come every day? Don't get me started on how they mess with the rule. People were supposed to get paid for the amount of work they did, and that's the way things are. But then came in dickheads with their paid by assigned quota rule, and then bam, it's either you meet your assigned quota or you go home empty-handed to miasma." Sorry, I saw the 2 M's and I immediately thought of miasma. And now we all need to go home empty-handed if there's so much as one of us that fails to meet their quota. And environment-wise, this place pretty much looks like a hell. It's all as what Assad says. Every morning, they'd see a bunch of D-heads come down with weapons and pick a few dozen people to work in the industrial carriage. Their compensation? 2 meals and a food voucher for 12 consecutive hours of work is meager at best, but given the safe nature of the job, people would still kill for it. It's picked. You'll be heading down to the industrial carriage with 50 or so people under the D-head's supervision, where you'll find piles and piles of materials and parts waiting for you. To speed things up, the workers are fed a single cup of instant energy soup. Interesting. Never heard of that before. Twice a day for the 2 meals you promised. And if they need to take care of the business, there's a squat toilet and rainwater purifier in the corner, literally just 2 steps away. That's gross. The air reeks of excrement. Oh, with nothing covering the squat toilet. Ew. The rainwater purifier, on the other hand, gets hiccups all the time, to the point that the boy has seen people die from consuming water with an overly high level of punishing virus. Jeez. Nonetheless, people will still work nonstop for 12 hours in this car, reeking of sweat and excrement. Gross. All for that one single food voucher at the end of the grind. More often than not, however, they get IOUs from the illogical crew when they try to get food with the vouchers. If you slack for even just a split second, one of the D-heads would start swinging his baton and machine gun at you. Get this, you'll all be going home empty-handed if you fail to return before the cargo crew leaves. The workers direct anger and hatred to whoever becomes a liability to the common good due to exhaustion. Elders and kids were encouraged to partake in making blessing boxes as a way for them to obtain resources, while the aristocrats twisted all around against the workers. This whole policy is meant to be friendly to all. You need to leave the door open for those in need, right? This, we're all heroes, but we're all zeros. Or we're all zeros rule is totally against what you just said, though. That's what the higher ups said. Don't hate me. I ain't nothing I can do about it because I'm doing my job. Appreciate your statement. Doing my job. Doing what I'm told. The upper level is still hiring guests, though. If the whole situation is running you the wrong way, consider giving that a shot and make a change. If you just ain't good enough, then you should probably work harder rather than hate on people better than you. Anything is possible if you put in the hard work. Believe in yourself. Think of ways to help yourself succeed, because excuses ain't gonna help you get nowhere. C'est la vie, people, but life can't always go your way. You win some, you lose some. Where's the pain? Where there's pain, there's gain. Roaches and food might be just your most valuable life coaches. The guards now resort to showering the workers with pep talks when the workers feel anything less than satisfied. Some have given their all to get on the train, and in the face of absurdity, they now pin their hate down on the cargo crew members who allotted the blessing boxes to the skies. Want to go from 0 to hero in a single shot? ACA wants you. Hell, why would I want to work my butt off for the screen when I can just luck out and get a ticket? Screening. Workers get hated on when the cargo crew members have what little chance they had taken away from them. You think I had a choice? They told me to either do it or get lost. But where can I go exactly when I have a load of other to take care of? A volcano threatening to explode at any moment is what you end up with when you put a whole bunch of exasperated people together. You really need to look past their anger and try to understand them. Not everyone can control themselves emotionally. People have directed their hate at many different things. But things haven't changed for the better because these people are under the constraint of all sorts of factors. Oh god. Sorry. I'm like really struggling to keep my eyes open. As I said earlier, I went to bed late and then I ended up waking up super early because I had to do something. Oh man. So whenever I make a mistake when it comes to reading, Like just earlier I said fade instead of hate. It's because my eyes are... I'm drowsy. You're free to go anywhere you want, folks. Ain't nobody asking you to stay here. Where can they go when this is their only home? Chaotic and broken as it is, the world has turned too many into souls without a home. I hate their guts. I've lost count of how many times I went, alright, roger that, and just wanted to rage quit. See, it always hits me when I start packing that there is nothing I can do other than be a cargo crew member. I ain't got no copolymer adaptability, and I can't get turned into a construct. Where the hell can I even go? Angry, panicky, and anxious as they may be, these people can't do anything about the plight that they're caught up in. They want to know what changes they can bring, and they want to know what weapons they can hold to fight for their cause. Except all their attempts, big or small, have all come to no avail. Barely keeping their heads above water as they are, these people hate the upper level just about everyone else. But above all, they hate themselves for not being able to do anything to help themselves. And the boy is no exception. Yet Rachel nipped his hate in the bud right before it had a chance to take root. Don't hate him. ACA's hierarchy and all the rules and the punishing vibes are what's wrong. These people aren't to blame. Times like this call for unity. We just need to shatter these. Alright, folks. We're at the end of the tunnel. Let's give Rachel some more time. Let's put all the blessing boxes away into the bigger box. People fall silent as they make their way out of the small cage. They take turns wiping their faces with stinking towels and look for clothes they've left strewn around the place. I got your t-shirt fixed. Thank you, Hill. The boy picks up his t-shirt from the lady's hand, which is missing the middle finger and ring finger, which helps her sit back down in the chair in her seat. No, I should thank you instead. We all would have been in trouble if you hadn't helped us to make all the boxes before. Looking at her hands, Hill lets out a sigh. This is what happened to her when she escaped from the corrupted, and it's because of this mishap that she grew sensitive to blood and conflict. Oh, then my days are numbered. I can totally I can totally teach you how it's done if you are. Right. Right when Hill was about to say more, a melody comes out of the car's loudspeakers. For blank's sake, there we go again. I think they were really enjoying rubbing it in our faces. Accompanied by the sound of a piano that is playing a piece based on a famous Golden Age classic that now has lyrics. A woman's voice floods everyone's complaints. Is this Ashlar? What in the world are we supposed to know? Those lousy aristocrats all sound the same. Lower level gets bombarded with music coming out of the loudspeaker like this every now and then. Thus, the aristocrats from the upper level enjoy the party according to Assad, and believing that music brings hope and happiness to people, they've decided to share their performances live with the lower level. The boy can hardly imagine anyone feeling happy when they hear music like this, because it never fails to irritate the people on the lower level when they hear it. The upper and lower levels might be connected, and everyone on the train might be listening to the same song at this very moment. But they know just all too well they never will be the same. That you'll never be the same. Crying out loud, it's burial again. What exactly are they trying to do? Let's just pretend that one of the aristocrats died. Let's hope that's indeed the case. Hey, what took you so long? Took me some time to fill the higher ups on the mission's progress. Putting down the item list in her hand, Rachel turns around to face the angry crowd. Folks, let's sing a song, because we're about to send them aristocrats on a trip they'll never come back from. Yahoo! Rachel sings along with the woman on the other side of the loudspeakers, with profanity barely in sync with the music. Rachel's singing starts to fire in people's hearts, filling the car with joyful vibes as they carry on with work and sing along to the hyped-up symphony. The salvation they speak of ain't nothing we can blink and dream of. Hang with the aristocrats some more, and surely they'll screw over more and more. Screw over forevermore. This ain't no paradise. This place ain't no paradise. Paradise for them aristocrats or blinking parasites. If the cargo crew ever puts on a strike, they'll all be going down whether or not they like. That's right, folks. That's right. They'll all be freaking down whether or not they like. This song comes from the bottom of our hearts, where anger burns fierce and hot. We shall live on and on, for tomorrow will bring us the hope we want. We will live on and on for tomorrow. For tomorrow will be a better day when the sun shines on. Oh. What are you doing? A guard suddenly shows up at the head of the car and swings a punch that lands square in the boy's face. What? Ouch. Snapping back, the young man realizes that he's still sitting on the medical table in mid-zone. His snap on his back, the little boy who just asked him to change wound dressings for him pulls a handful of gray hair off his head. Hey, my mom told me you need to pull off your gray hair before they grow out of control. The little boy hands over the handful of hair. Thanks? I'll be more than happy to... Wait, no. The other hair might look gray, but I can tell you that they just forgot what color they used to be and are not actually gray. Please spare them. Huh? Anyone could tell this is a joke, but he sounds so serious that the boy decides to let go. Just leave them be. Thank you. Sure. Seeing the younger boy sitting back down, the young man lets out a sigh of relief as he rubs his head, which is hurting from getting his hair pulled. I asked him to come over here to wake you up because you were so out of it during the checkup. Are you okay? She waves at the man with a smile on her face. I'm okay. He turns around to the ground of refugees that was just talking about blessing boxes. Were they part of ACA? They were until Aslam joined a highly dangerous rescue mission and got wiped out entirely. You can see survivors from the train at all the reservation areas, bases, and mid-zones. By the way, did you finish looking into my mind? Yes, in a nutshell, someone has tampered with your mind. Someone? Yes, and that's what caused your mind to deviate before. It's a miracle that your memory data is still totally intact after the tampering. As the young man listens to the technician, that face, that very face he cannot recall, pops up in his mind. Could it be him? And I did some simple treatment on you. It wasn't anything amazing, but it should help you with getting your memory back nonetheless. Thank you. I think I recalled a few things just now. Boy, that worked wonders. Seems like your mind is stable. I'd say you could use some more treatment though. And I would have done some more on you if the machines didn't have the hiccups in the morning. Aren't you about to go out to look for someone? Right. I'll be on my way now. Please don't leave. With an imploring look in the eye, a purple-haired girl he's never seen before grabs a corner of his cloak. With another step forward, he just might knock the girl over. Please don't leave. Huh? Please don't leave me alone. But you've got all these people around you. Here. Not really understanding what's going on through the girl's mind and unsure how else to react. The young man looks around and sees people sitting everywhere. No, that won't do. Because they're gonna... Looking into the young man's eye, The girl has droplets of tears falling from her eyes. As the girl's sob turns into a full-blown cry, she lets go of the man, and that's when he sees all the scars on her arms. She buries her head into her arms, her body trembling uncontrollably all the while. The young man just can't pretend he isn't seeing this. But what makes her so afraid of these people? Is it because of something that happened to her? Or is it because she just lost her friends and doesn't want to stay around people she doesn't know? But how am I any different from any of those people? What am I gonna say to Talbot even if I catch up to him now? He's going through the exact same thing. The man sighs quietly. I see. I'll stay then. Really? Thank you so much. What's your name? Lithos. My name is Lithos. Sobbing no more, Lithos says her name quietly. What about you? I don't remember my name. I see. Without another word, Lithos looks down, awash in misery, while seeing the young man fade away into the crowd. The unique hustle and bustle at Medical Center 9 just never dies. The construct trying to maintain his broken leg is sitting right next to a human girl glued to his terminal in silence. A severely injured person lies unconscious in the maintenance chamber, with two constructs sitting next to it playing poker. Beyond the hall, a group of people is having a conversation about their experiences. The base there is gone. The constructs guarded the place for 3 days and 3 nights. They had all the medical equipment and people brought out of the place. The experiment farm and the greenhouse are gone. Where is Boss Lady? Got infected and died. She's fighting the Hedgehog creatures alongside the constructs. And get her trying to change into a new protective suit, and her old one was damaged. And her little brother is 2 years younger than her. He killed himself after everyone thought what was brought out of place. Boy, he didn't have to do that though. Pretty sure he would have been just fine on his own. No way he would have. Just who do you think he has? Or just how do you think he would have? He would have died no matter where he ended up. And Bossman's death was just his last straw. Exactly what happened with the headquarters we stayed at. We were just going there to recycle the resources and visual seeds for hydroponics, so those would be. But the two of us were dead, one lost. But the two of us were dead, and one lost and all on the way. I really didn't feel a thing seeing all the reports with the fatalities before, until I saw these dead people with my own eyes. And the blood and the vital fluid really got on my nose. What exactly can we even do now? They were all hyped up about constructs and saying how well they fight, but there ain't nothing they can do. Those monsters just keep coming and there's no end to killing them. I guess it just has to be like what they always said. We can only put an end to it when we get someone that can control those monsters. Hang on a second. Just give me a moment here. Just quickly checking those link. Fixing all these buildings that are going to be knocked down again in no time, saving these people that are going to die soon, and killing all these monsters that are just gonna keep popping up. So what exactly is the point, anyways? We're no robots. Just how exactly can anyone in their right mind keep doing this without breaking down? I got curious and spoke with the construct and guard duty when I saw him crying behind some trees the other day. And he told me he just killed one of his teammates. Wow. Because he defected and came back and corrupted. There's nothing we can do about any of those. But you think an ordinary person is exactly the type that would fall on the wrong side of justice, so they got nothing that would help them land on the right side of it. Nah, I still don't think we should count on ascendance. You never want to put all your eggs in the same basket, just in case. This reminds me of this woman called Rachel. She was a cargo cruise leader, and people would go to her when they were sick or needed anything. It got to a point where she simply couldn't take care of all of them, though. Still, we thought she was going to lead us a revolution in no time. Except it just never happened. Because, you see, she isn't around anymore. You mean she's dead? Yes, and she didn't die because the revolution failed. She died getting double-crossed. That frickin' little bastard did it. His old man was one of the aristocrats. His mom, Julie, did some tricks with the numbers on the financial reports and pocketed all the resources. Rachel took in that little bastard despite all that. Guess that's why they say, no good deed goes unpunished, huh? God only knows how much stuff that little bastard has pocketed over the years, but I'm pretty damn sure he's learned all his tricks from his mom. And he's even got the nerve to pin it all down on Rachel. What? I don't even know what his name is. It won't bother. He died when they threw him off the train. I remember hearing Rachel calling him by his name. I think it was Nolan. Nolan? At the mention of the name, pieces of memories pop into his mind and force their way into where they're supposed to be in his mind. Nolan, I hope you get to grow up and survive the apocalypse. Hope you get to become who you want to be. Shh, Nolan, be good. Nolan, stop looking at them. Let's just finish it. Oh. This is the kid that fired the shot just now? Boy, he's got guts. It's just like what Ashlar said. This kid would do anything just to save his own little AA. We're done here. Let's take him and leave. Now what in God's name have you done? He's a traitor. He's the one that should have gotten run over by the train. The world as he sees it is coming apart. Seems like you really hated your name, huh? At the same time, the sounds of voices are growing unbearably chaotic. People only throw their names away when they want to forget their past. Are you one of these people? Someone seems to be shouting. Mine, severely. I see how it is now. Where is he from? This is out of the blue. I forgot my name because I'm sorry, but fate. If it doesn't stop, no one. Put him to sleep. I trust you. Wow. Ugh. It's funny because during a little bit of that read, I kept on dozing off so much during that I decided to just like stand up and read. So that's when I started being more awake, and then it started talking about more about Nolan's past right there, and mentioning that like I think his name was Nolan and all that shit, and right then that's when I became even more awake. The timing on that. Right now I'm just standing while I'm reading this. It's certainly keeping me awake now. Alright. Incomplete confession. Yeah, the dialogue nodes are very lengthy. Very, very lengthy. Snow was coming down hard that day, as he remembers it. Disconnected by the fires of war, the train has come to a stop and fallen silent in the snow. He has stains of Rachel's blood on his hand. They're lukewarm at best, yet he's feeling a burning sensation coming from them. Rachel. Cap. The sound of people's footsteps coming from below hit him like thunders. Why? Like a ghost looming ever closer upon him, the clouds in the skies are growing thicker and darker by the second. He's killed his mentor, and no amount of regret can undo what's happened. The only thing he can feel now is the throbs coming from his heart that remind him of what he's done. All that he's held dearly and hated so much, and all that the train once was and would have been, will no longer be. Why did I do that? With the world growing dark, shards of memories rain down like broken glasses. Why? Captain, when did this all happen? Tell me, please. Why? He was 12 then, and autumn had just come. Her icy cold face is a sharp contrast against the hot air around her. No one's mother is sitting in her workspace and staring at the people around her, though through her inscrutable mask. We've got an order to look into the issue with the financial reports and resources. Who are you people? I'm one of Sir Aston's personal guards, and this is my ID. The man whose face can't be made out calls up a document from his terminal. We'll have to do this forcibly if you refuse to cooperate. No one's mother falls silent, looking at the document. But moments later, she stands up from the old wooden chair. Fine. I'll go with you. Stay here. I'll be right back. Little does he know that this is an empty promise. And the boy still hasn't seen his mother back home the next day. He starts going around asking people where she went. Your mom? She got busted doing her little tricks with financial reports or pocketing resources. What's so funny about that? Get this, because she had it coming. Dude, stop. Kid knows nothing. Well, he brought it up with himself. I always found her fishy. It's not like I have evidence or anything, but given the nature of the position, I'm sure as hell she was up to something. Oh, and lest we forget, she's his wife, right? No one. Ted, where is she? Boy, ain't nothing I can say now. People are all saying they found evidence against her. I just don't know who she's been working for. I put my money on Ashlar. Julie was one of them to begin with, and she even married one of them aristocrats. Sucks that her husband died before they even got to enjoy themselves, though. With the lower level being the way it is now, it only makes sense that she'd do anything to join their ranks again. Dad, do you know where she is? Can I go to see her? With Ed's instructions, no one wanders around. Before he finally arrives at the middle section of Aslam. People call this section the cargo car before it got piles of items sitting around. That's when no one sees his mother, sitting in a small storage space that's faintly lit, surrounded by some guards. She looks worn out. Mom? Julie raises her head slowly when she hears no one calling her name. What happened? Is everything they said about you, what you've done, true? Do you trust me? I do, of course. She lets out a faint smile from behind her mask. That's all I'm asking. What does that mean? Mom, why? Why do you never tell me anything? Frustrated and unable to stand the wall of silence that stands in between them, no one fires this question at the inscrutable mask. Those people were all laughing when they found out you'd been arrested, Mom. And that's how they've always been. They'd say all sorts of mean things about you whenever they saw me. Do you know what they said? When he opens his mouth, however, none of what he's heard comes out of it. He only manages to squeeze out toned-down versions of what they said. You always say that we should trust and try to help out one another, Mom. Look at them. What exactly have you done? Why are they being like this to you? Don't cry, Noah. But I'm not. Right. You need to hold your tears. Tears are useless. Tears help no one. Why are you here? Is everything they said about you true? Yeah. Did you really do those things? Yeah. Why? It's all for a better tomorrow. I don't understand. It's fine, because you will in time. It's true that I've crossed the line. But if what I did brings about a better tomorrow for the people, I'd gladly do it again and pay the price. My only concern would be you. Nolan, do you still trust me? I want to. Great. That's enough. Because I care about you more than I do anyone else. Do you really care about me? Of course. Why did you do all that then? Why do you never eat around me? Why do you never take off your mask? You always criticize my hobbies when you don't even understand the books I read. They called you a monster or witch. I had no idea how to hit them with a comeback, because I don't even know what you look like. Mom, do you really care about me? Am I just a burden to you? Have you always felt that way? Yes. Why did you never tell me? I did, but you never listened. When are you coming back, Mom? I'm sorry. This is the first time no one hears her mother apologize. And for a second, he thought he heard it wrong. Why are you apologizing? He knows only too well that his mother isn't going to give in. Just because, Nolan. She says his name in a trembling tone. There's just something I wanted to tell you before it's too late. With no one's eyes on her, Julie slowly removes her mask. Her face is full of scars, and her eyes appear soulless. Telltale signs of what years of hard work and struggle have done to her. All the more bizarre are her hands, which are a blue-purple, a sharp contrast against her overly white nails. Do you still recognize me? Mom. This is his answer to her question, because he does recognize his mother. There is no way he wouldn't recognize his face that's so indefinitely similar to his. Are you scared? No, I'm not. I just want to know what happened. I don't have time to tell you that, but I just hope that you live on knowing the facts and knowing that I truly think of you. These scars and this situation we're caught up in are what I got for the mistakes I made, and the way I've always been treating you is one of them. I always treat people nicely my own way, thinking that they'll eventually come to see things my way. Which is why I've put on this mask and left you at home by yourself. Because I didn't want those people out there to hurt you. But I guess what I did only ended up hurting you. Every time I rip your paintings apart or see you get into fights with them, I just can't stop picturing what life would have been like for you if you were born into a family that fared better. I'm sure you'd have been able to grow up a normal kid, not having to worry about your next meal. And you would have been able to draw anything you liked. It always kills me to think I was the one bringing you to this hellhole. But I've never for a second regretted keeping you right by my side. Nolan, you're a strong and wonderful kid. Which is why I think you probably understand why I got in your way of pursuing your hobby. You'd have ended up being all delusional and lost in this world if I didn't. Mom. I mean, I guess it would have been nice. I could have been nicer about it. But it was never easy trying to convince you. But like mother, like son, I suppose. Her eyes are brimming with regret, as though trying to say that standing by what you believe in is a personal shortcoming she was never able to overcome. I know exactly what those people have been saying about it, but I always tell myself to just look the other way. And I thought you'd be able to do the same. But how could I? Well, I guess that's just something you'll have to learn how to do from now on. I know they've been calling you a monster, Nolan, but a monster doesn't have to be horrifying or doomed. You might not be able to get rid of that label, so I hope you grow up to be just like Shrek and live happily ever after. Have you read those books? I was crazy about them as a kid. Guess I should have told you sooner, yeah? Better late than never. Except it's too late now. Why do you say that? Why? I guess it's because it finally hit me that there is only so much I can do, and that I'm just going to keep blundering the harder I try to right the wrongs I caused. And there are just too many things that we can't fix anymore, given how far we've already come. Oh, please. I've stored all the resources in a box that I left under the bed at home, and I've taped the key to the interlayer of one of the drawers in my office desk. They won't last you for long, though, so you need to use them wisely until Rachel comes back. What about you? I'm going to have to stay here. Because of what you did? Do you think what I did was wrong? The boy nods his head heavily. Right. Let's apologize to people, Mom. We can start over after that. I lost my chance to. I was unable to become the person I wanted to be. The only thing I've ever done is compromise my pathetic self, so I could look away from all the things I couldn't accomplish. I thought that would help, but I guess it was all just wishful thinking. See, a single blunder is all that it takes for someone to hit the rock bottom of hell. Oh, que sera sera. This is just a fat lie the survivors want you to believe. Seeing the guards coming this way from the distance, she lets out a sigh as she picks up her pace of speaking. Luck, power, courage, knowledge, and wise decisions. These are all the things you need to become a survivor, and that's why it's hard to be one. Now, Nolan, I hope you get to grow up and survive the apocalypse. I hope you get to become who you want to be. And if you still think what I did was wrong many years from now, remember to never do what I did, okay? Time's up. You need to go. Julie puts her mask back on her face and waves at no one. Do you still remember the lullaby? Now, the sun is out. It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye. No one, goodbye. Dragged away by the guards, the boy finally realizes that this is the moment of farewell. There are so many things that he hasn't cleared up with his mother, And there are so many things that he wanted to ask, except he's lost his chance forever. In the last 12 short years of Nolan's life, they've never once had a heart-to-heart conversation. All the dodging, hiding, and blaming over the years dug a trench so deep in between them that he never once had a chance to see his mother's true colors. Her past, her aspirations, her worries, her longings. Not once was he given a chance to learn about any of these. And it's only now that he finally learns of his mother's love for him for the first time. Why are you only telling me this? Why are you only telling me all this now? You never even gave us a chance to fix our relationship. No, Mom, I'm not leaving. There are a million things you haven't told me yet. No, just go already. It's against the rule to even let you in here in the first place, for God's sake. No. He tries to break free. Just a few more seconds will do, he thinks. Except all the struggling gets him nothing but violence in return. Stay put, damn it. I'm sorry. The guards throw Nolan back to the commoner carriage unconscious and lock him up. The night after, a cargo crew member shows up to announce Julie's death. The doctor ruled food poisoning to be the cause of her death, maintaining that she'd consumed expired, rotten food, which is a common cause of death among people living on the lower level. Is that even possible? He stands helplessly among everyone, awash in remorse and guilt. People, however, offer him no constructive answers to his questions. Instead, they shower him. This boy who's been a loner that puts up a tough front with cold, piercing looks. Before despair tears his soul into pieces, the boy once again finds hope in his book storage. With the information the terminal turns up, he slowly tears apart every last detail from that fateful day. 18 hours later, he finally comes across an entry that reads nitrite poisoning, and a symptom of it is cyanosis, reminding the boy of his mother's purplish fingers before she died. Is this what killed her? The boy can't be sure. Not long after Julie's death, those men that introduced themselves as Aston's personal guards share their findings into the case, which, unsurprisingly, are exactly as people have guessed. They maintain that Julie was working together with some aristocrats and cargo crew members, and that, together, they pocketed a sizable amount of resources. And that's as far as they went looking into the case, because Julie died during her trial, which made it impossible for them to find out where the pocketed resources are. Furthermore, the cargo crew members that had worked with her all went poof, erasing every last hint I'd hope. All these people pay steep prices, save for the aristocrats that worked with her. The mastermind's name has become an open secret, which, however, doesn't seem to change a thing on the train. And then a month goes by. The boy did try to be as economical as he can with what little food he had, but still found himself reaching the end of it just 15 days after his mother left. Having no other choice, he decides to leave his wooden bed of a home to seek help. He comes across quite a few people who, in addition to hating his mother's guts for having worked with those from the upper level, also despise him for the mere fact that he's her son. Fortunately, however, he also comes across people who are willing to stand with him, having been helped in their hour of need by his mother. She might have been in the wrong, but I still have her to thank, or else I wouldn't have been here today. Here, take this. It's not a whole lot, but that's about as much as I have. Try to get through the day first, son. Knowing my mom wanted to give this to you for keeping me safe the other day. With all the food he scraped together, or scraped together, no one manages to keep his head above water until Rachel comes back to the train from an emergency mission. Not a day has gone by that he forgot the look on Rachel's face that day. Rachel is always collected, but at this very moment, she's biting her teeth together and clenching her fists so hard that she doesn't even let go when her nails dig into her hands. No one was going to ask her what brought his mother to the bitter end she'd met, but nothing comes out of his mouth. Because he's certain that the pain she's feeling is anything but feigned. Rachel, I'm sorry. I've totally done everything I could to keep Julie safe. If I hadn't had to go on that emergency mission. It's all too late now. She looks down at her fist with all the horrendous nail marks. You'll be my apprentice starting today. I'll train you and teach you to protect yourself. You have to live on, Noah. And you will free everyone from this oppression. You will lay the dead to rest yourself and let them know their sacrifices are not for naught. Rachel holds Noah's shoulders with so much force that he feels he's on the verge of being crushed. You need to live on, Noah. Even if days like this go on for another 4-5 decades. Noah nods earnestly to her words, having not fully realized the weight they hold. Yes, I'll stick by your side and free everyone from this oppression, Rachel. I'll be there to see their souls rest in peace at the end of it all. But things don't turn out quite as they expected. We'll be moving up to the roof and train there starting today. You don't have time to wait for your body to catch up anymore, and you'll have to learn how to cope with fights using techniques. Roger that. He hasn't slacked for a single moment. Still, his mother's words have dawned on him. Faster, Noah, faster. Try again. That he is as normal a human being as can be. He has to do it the same way hundreds of thousands of people do it, through blood and sweat, with no shortcut in between. Are you trying to drag us all down, Noah? Julie's dead and you're gonna starve and die if you stop now. No. And pick up your pace and be the best version of yourself. Alrighty. You'll be away on a mission with the cargo crew for a month, and you have exactly a month to meet the goal I've set for you. Yes, Captain. Sure you can do it? Of course. When the thunders of wind tear down the last bit of his fantasy, the boy breaks down, releasing all the wrenching pain he feels within. Oof. He hates his hands' guts for being as weak as they are, but he has no idea how to make them stronger. They don't want to drag people down. Before he knows it, the boy has exhausted himself from crying. He closes his eyes, trying to preserve what little energy he still has. I'm sorry, but I've lost my chance. I wasn't able to become the person I wanted to be. The only thing I've ever done is compromise with my pathetic self. Mom. Julie once told him that this is what it's like growing up, and that it's every normal person's job to learn to compromise. But just how is he supposed to, when his heart burns so furiously with sadness and regret? The boy doesn't aspire to be better, but he knows that he would give it all to take another step forward, to alleviate himself of his pain somehow. Just you all wait and see. I'm not giving up. Ooh. That was good. That's sad, man. That's sad. Choice of the Death Fire. Look who's back. I went back to the car. The boy can hear the rain drumming away hard and fast up on the roof. With people's words cutting at his soul, into the crowd he drifts, exuding a gloomy air soaked with rainwater. I don't understand why Rachel's putting him through all this. She could have just asked him to work in his mother's place to make up for whatever she's pocketed. Why would Rachel do that after everything this kid's mother has done, though? I bet she's only helping him because she was friends with the kid's mom. Just stay away from him if you want to stay sane. Kid is a lost cause now. He's got his mom to thank for always leaving him at home alone. Just leave him to Rachel, I say. The boy keeps his head down as he hurries through the crowd. Right. It all happened on that fateful night. No one sees something shivering miserably in a corner on the lower level. He looks about no one's age. He has old scars over both his legs and new wounds on his body. Hurling into a ball with books in his arms, he seems like a candlelight on the verge of dying out. The guards throwing kicks and punches at the young boy, however, don't seem to care one bit. Souls. The scene is surrounded by people. People can do no better to help than frown at what they're seeing. Cowards. It won't be long before that he ends up fatally injured or dead. It's never smart to get tough with the guards. Especially now. All those who have made their way up to the upper level and joined the guards' ranks through the back door using blessing boxes. This disorder has brought about frustration and anger, paving the way for all the armed conflicts happening on a daily basis now. The boy was about to ignore the scene and walk away when he sees those hands, shivering and having grown pale from the cold. Aslam is a frozen abyss. We're all just dying fires trapped in it. There's nothing we can do here except getting killed slowly by the cold. But just how are these fires supposed to melt the ice in this frozen abyss when the cold kills us all? That's right. Death is our only way out. Mom. ACA has always been a place where hierarchy and power speak louder than words. With the law no longer effective, people no longer have to worry about having to pay for violence and misdeeds. One certainly wouldn't describe Julie as being just or gentle. Yet few saw days like this coming when they rejoiced over her death. The cold is going to kill us all. The boy stomps in his tracks as he mumbles these words. He knows exactly what's going to happen if he does what he's about to do next. But before he knows it, he's already walking back the way he's come with his weapon in hand. Brave. Stop! Stop now, I say. Wow, what do we have here? What you gonna do about it, huh? Don't you see he's handicapped? As if I care. The guard shoots a dirty look at the crutch on the side. You think this is how you get to talk to upper level guards just because Rachel's got all of you cargo crews back, huh? Making his identity known again, the guard runs his eye over the crowd. He doesn't seem ready to punish two kids at once with so many eyes on him. Captain Rachel has nothing to do with this. She isn't even here now. And I suppose you know that means no one is going to come to your rescue, huh? The guard was about to grab him by the collar when the weapon in Nolan's hand spits fires out of it, sending a bullet that hits the guard's protective mask, leaving a deep cut in it. My guard is lucky. Apologies. See, I'm not good with guns. I didn't really mean to hit you. You frickin' little shiz. You want me to give it another go, huh? No one shouts out in a suppressed voice. That was me holding back just now, for your information. The confidence, he's exuding it. Good lad. But if you want to see how I roll when I don't hold back, are you out of your mind? You just freaking fired at an upper level guard, and you'll do it again. The guard shouts his final warning at the kid, one who's looking disdainfully back at him. So you find it normal to hurt a handicapped person while I'm out of my mind trying to stop you from doing that? Well, screw that. All his pent-up frustration turns into razor-sharp daggers with no physical shape that shoots straight into those arrogant eyes. So, are you ready for more? No one knows full well that this isn't going to end well. Still, he's glad to have stood up. Yes. Frickin' bastard. The guard spits out these words as he lifts his weapon to slash down at this soul he can't care any less about. Stop! Someone stops the weapon in its tracks. Turning back, the guard sees a brawny cargo crew member with a dozen or so people in tow. Sticking your head into people's business again, huh? Haven't y'all seen all those that died these days? Come on, you don't want to go around killing off all them little puppies. Gotta keep them little puppies alive so you get to eat them when they're big, no? What the fuck? So you're still okay with killing them, just not right now, huh? For a moment I thought you didn't know who rules this place. What are you doing? Easy, buddy. I know our situations are exactly identical, but you and I both work for the same master, right? And to our master, the only difference between you and I is that they pay you a little more than they pay us, but to them, we're all replaceable. Now, Shauna takes a step backward. You see, you're all alone now. But I saw you having a fight with some of your buddies back there in the other car. Did they just ditch you? It's only with all the eyes upon him now that the guard finally realizes that he's all alone. An upper-level guard is capable of putting rebels through excruciating suffering. It's only something that can happen when he can make it out of this place in one piece. Given the way things look now, however, it's likely that that's never going to happen. It's exactly as what Sean has said. The only thing that matters to their master is whether they can carry out their tasks. The souls lost, the lives sacrificed, and all the futures nipped in the bud mean absolutely nothing to them. Their master might punish these people for what happened today in whichever way they find most pleasing. Yet the guard himself is the one that's going to take the sizzling heat that's about to come his way in the next few moments. Oh, quiet now, huh? Ganging up on me, huh? Do you all know who this kid's dad is? He was part of the Ashlars. The guard looks on with a smirk. That's right. His dad was going to be a guard like me, but he decided to stay here so he could do more business. Caught my drift yet? This kid is a double crosser and y'all are trying to help him. Gee, see, that didn't cross our mind at all. Apologies, sir. We'll throw this kid off the train right away. Alright, you better. Guard leaves as he curses. Nino walks up to the boy when the guard is gone. Slaps him in the face. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see how everyone was trying to keep a distance from the scene? Are you trying to jerk us all down or what? These guards are friggin' mad these days. You've seen what happened when people stood in their way, right? They only killed one person so far this month. And you and that kid behind you would have been dead if we showed up 1 second too late. I've seen what happened, which is exactly why I wanted to put an end to it. So what if you can bring this one guy up to his knees? Think you can knock down all those guys that are gonna come after you? Julie and Rachel didn't raise you for you to die like this. Come on, Nino. You all know you're about to jump right in if no one hadn't done it before you. Shush. There's nothing embarrassing about it, though. See, I'm pretty fed up myself. They always make sure to make you suffer if you try to get in their way. This isn't cool at all. Kid, you're lucky you didn't get your butt kicked this time. Think you're gonna get lucky again? This lucky again? That's right. Keep that in mind. Because you can go from hero to zero in one fell swoop. See how scared he is, Noah? He might not seem like it, but he just doesn't want anything bad to happen to you, kid. Sorry, Nino. For God's sake, I told you to keep it zipped, Shada. And you should be addressing me as Sir or Captain, kid. With a frown, Nino walks off. That was a true eye-opener just now, kid. I didn't believe it when Rachel told us you took on those guards up there when you were 9. She pats the boy on the shoulder and laughs. I see you're finding it a bit difficult to keep yourself in check without Mommy around, huh? Hey. Don't sweat it, though. Worst that's gonna happen to you is getting a peace of mind from Rachel when she gets back, and I'm sure you're ready for that. And just ignore Nina. Dude is just a little shy. Anyhow, I gotta go now. When the crowd has dispersed, no one sees a trembling elder lady walking out of a dark corner, and it's none other than Hill. No one. That was crazy. Are you okay, though? She puts her hands adoringly around no one's face and checks it over and over. I'm fine, Hill. I'm sorry, my children. Your Aunt Hill was too scared to do anything back there. What can you do? You're only an elder, so I think jumping in would make it a bit worse. She lowers down to help the handicapped boy stand up. Boy, just look at what they did to their shoulders. It's fine. It doesn't hurt. He turns around and puts on a pained smile at Noah. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. I'm Noah. What's your name? It's Field. Again, thank you so much, Noah. No worries. So, can you still walk? I can, just not too well. I got cut by a gardener robot a while ago. Doctor stitched it up for me, but I still ended up with my leg like this because this is the best they could do. Huh. Hill shivers listening to Field's story. Where are your parents? My dad is out with the cargo crew and my mom. She got killed by the gardener bot that hurt me. Don't worry though. My dad will take care of everything when he's back. Are you new here? Yes. And just listen to me and don't ever mess with those people again. They screwed us all over and we're all fed up with them. They know you're connected to the people that just helped you, but you never know when they'll try to get back at you. Right. Thank you. Where's your spot? Let me take you there. Sorry, but my dad hasn't found us a bed yet, and I usually just sit right here. Why? I would have asked you to come over if I had any extra space. We could share a stool together, though, if you don't mind. It's fine, Hill. I'll show him around. Alright. Come back to me if you don't find a suitable spot, though. She nods and goes back to her little corner. So, where are we going? A secret base. Secret base? Yes. Shall we? No one holds his hand out to Field. You've already filled me in on the details. Rachel is back from her mission with a frown on her face. Let me guess. You aren't going to apologize, are you? No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Captain, for everything I've done. But I'm only apologizing because of you. And it's got nothing to do with that guard. Hearing no one's words, Rachel lets out a long sigh. Boy, you seriously remind me of Julie. My mom? Would she do the same? Oh, she would, son. She would. This only accounts for 20%. No, Rachel nods her head. I mean, things like this only account for 20% of why she's always rubbed people the wrong way. She always said, let me guess, it's either you just need to compromise or you need to know how powerless you are, yeah? Exactly. She's right. And I want you to promise me right now that you're never getting yourself into petty trouble like this ever again. But it was no petty trouble. Field was in no condition to get beaten up like that. And he really could have died if I hadn't butted in. Did you even think about the consequences? Do you really think those guards are just going to swallow that? No, they aren't. They're just going to make sure everyone suffers. I'm sorry. I'm not going to punish you or hold you responsible this time, though, because the guy is a fake. The guy is what? The train is a big, messy pot with all the people we have on board, and people just don't have the time to get to know one another. This holds true for the guards, too. And this isn't the first time they find a fake among themselves. You can't really see their faces once they have that protective suit on, which is why some wannabes try to get their hands on the suit. They just want the perks that come with it. That's unheard of. Don't worry, I will bring this to the aristocrats' attention and ask them to look into it. Are you connected to the aristocrats? Like it or not, the cargo crew has to keep them updated on our missions. It's nothing you need to worry about, though. But get this. This will not happen again. You'll be as good as dead if you play with fire again and run into a real guard next time. Well, the fake that tried to give me a hard time wouldn't have picked on me if he were a real guard, though. Are you trying to say that you weren't just playing with fire, and that you did what you did was a calculated move? That's exactly what I'm saying, Captain. I wasn't playing with fire, and I'm not the same hot-tempered kid that I was before. Wait, what? So you're saying that you've thought it all through and that you're gonna butt in again if you come across things like that? Rachel lets out another sigh. Nolan, let's just get real. Know who you are and learn to compromise. It's all meant to keep yourself safe, as Julie said. People are just going to die like my mom if I compromise, no? Even if she really did a lot of terrible things, they should have punished her with the law that the royal guards talk about. But no, they just poisoned and killed her. We don't even know who did that. Who are we to say they'll spare us when they can get away with killing people and hurting people like Field? Rachel looks up to study Nolan's still somewhat immature face. And that's when it hits her. That what he did was not a temper-driven move, and that he knew exactly what he was doing, as he said. I'm sorry, but I guess I should have made myself more clear. I do want you to compromise, but I never asked you to give up altogether. We're no heroes, which is why we need to find a smarter way to cope with these things. I know you're angry, son, but we need to wait for that right moment to strike. Okay, just give it some more time, Nolan. I can assure you that I don't hate those bastards any less than you do. Hey, how did it go? Is she still going to punish you? No, the guard was a fake. What? Field looks at Nolan in disbelief. Doesn't that happen in the world out there too? Well, this never happened in the reservation area I was at least. Heard they only take in qualified skilled workers, and the screening is super hard too. Yes, those are true. I mean, because the reservation area only has so much space. Field looks up at the dim light above with those green eyes of his. 3 years ago, someone hurt his fellow applicants because he wanted to pass the screening very badly. When some of the constructs guarding a reservation area caught him, he had sores all over his body from punishing, and it was so bad that he probably wouldn't last longer than a few days. Except none of us wanted to take him in because of what he'd done. One of the constructs gave him a serum because he couldn't stand seeing him on the verge of dying. Then, he gave the serum back to us the day after and died. Why though? Because a single serum wouldn't change his fate, or so my dad said. Is that what the world out there is like? Yes. The screening is challenging enough that it helps uphold the order within the walls, but it's also the very thing that makes it impossible for us to save those in need. Which is why I had my hopes up before I got here. My dad told me that ACA screening isn't as difficult, which makes it a moving utopia that's immune to the punishing virus and brings supplies and smiles to people in need all over the world. Did you just say your dad called this place a utopia? Yes. But, little did he know, eh? What happened to this place, though? Or has it always been like this? Well... this place is no different from the world out there. People just want to live, and they do it at the cost of hurting others sometimes. Is that why they treat us the way they do? Yes. People start keeping a distance from field. Just had a drink of water. And treat him differently when they sense his connection to the aristocrats up there. He isn't the healthiest of people, and aside from being handicapped, he comes down with low fevers on a regular basis. To keep field safe, no one asks him to stay in the book storage as much as possible. They don't sit well with people, and they were meant to help each other survive at their secret spot, where the rest of the train wouldn't see them. People, however, begin to have a different take on no one as a person after his conflict with the guard. It was a day just like any other. A certain woman gallops up toward the boy sitting in his usual dark corner. Hey, what you up to, champ? Care to join us over there for some goodies? Huh? Without giving him a chance to respond either way, she drags the boy straight into the dining space in the commoner carriage. Wow, and here we were just guessing if the kid would turn you down. He got dragged here, but yours truly, of course. What can I do for y'all? You're part of the cargo crew, no one? And our next delivery mission is coming up soon. Makes no sense for you to hang out in that corner on your own. But I don't. But you don't what? Oh, I see. You don't dislike hanging out with us, right? Does what happened with your mom still bother you so much that you'd rather hang out with them geezers than with us? No, it doesn't. But I'm sure it still bothers all of you. For God's sake, son, we ain't stones. People might not have been happy with what Julie had done, but you see, people can change. Especially after seeing how you stood up for that boy and how Rachel stands with you. None of you guys ever helped us except Rachel. See, I told you this kid is as dense as a brick. How do you know we never helped them? You've only been living for so long, and if we forget about Julie's space in your neighborhood for a second, you practically know nothing about this world. Julie was the one that never let him out. She thought the world out here is much too dangerous and might kill him. Too late now. He can go back there all he wants, but that won't stop them from coming after him. You're the one that gets to decide what you want to do, son. That sounds like a piece of advice you need yourself. Shush. Nino was right, though. Before his mother died, no one barely knew anything about this world. He was so deeply in love with books and busy pursuing his hobbies that, while he did pick up on people's attitudes toward them every now and then, he never really understood why they treated them the way they did. Now, with the sale of blessing boxes getting progressively worse, no one knows that he can't solve anything if he keeps shunning people. Besides, he never liked to be left alone at home anyways. He's still trying to get used to these people's kindness, but he sees no reason to turn them away. Hesitating for a few moments, Noah nods his head lightly. Alright, got it. Thanks. I'll try to roll with y'all. 'Tis the first step the lone wolf takes toward the pack. Oh wow, that was definitely much easier than I thought. Crazy how we spent so much time trying to figure you out. What do you mean? We talk about you every now and then when we eat. Who's we? There's Nino, Wayland, well, pretty much all the big names from the cargo crew. Why would you want to talk about me, though? See, you joined us before you even turned 13, and you always hang out with Rachel. And if you add in what happened to Julie, it's only normal that people would talk about you, right? Hey, come on. They didn't bad Matthew anything. It's just that we really can use a few more hands these days. And we didn't think it's right for us to keep seeing you in such a negative light when Cap never goes awry with the people she picks. We thought Cap's only keeping you around because she was good friends with Julie. But what happened the other day was proof enough that you're clearly different from your mother. We just thought it's high time that we got over it. Proof enough, huh? This guy just wouldn't stop talking about Julie, so we decided to ask Sean to drag you out of your little corner to join us. Hey, you talked about her a whole lot too. All I was saying was that he'd find it difficult to hang out with people because he was kept locked up at home for so long. There ain't no kids that love being on their own. If you come across one that seems like it, it's only because they have to put up with the status quo. Wow, we have ourselves a child expert here. They all burst out laughing at Shauna's remark, except for Nolan, who seems lost and doesn't know how to react. Hey, what's up? You alright? No, I just don't really know what I need to do. Not much, really. You just need to help when people ask you to, and let us know when you need help yourself. Ain't nothing to be embarrassed about, because helping each other is how people gradually become friends. Oh, that's easy. Of course, there's nothing more to that than meets the eye, though. See, there are all these unsaid rules that you need to play by, and they can really drive you nuts. Ugh. But before you get there, just be who you are when you hang out with us. Shauna gently pats Nolan's head. I know this ain't your forte, but rest assured that I'll be there when you need help. We need to stick together the same way we did when you helped Field out, because together we're strong. Right. Nodding his head as he gets ushered, the boy sits down in an awkwardly formal pose. Thank you, all. The beggar and the giver. It's been 3 hours already? Oof. Take a drink of water. I don't know how many nodes there are in total for this. There's 8 combat ones in total. Since the combat ones only give 3 of these, or the ones that give 3. So there's 8 combat ones in total. The beggar and the giver. That's great, Nolan. Hearing about what just happened, Field feels genuinely happy for Nolan. What are you gonna do, though? I'll just stay here. There are so many books I like here, and I have you coming by like this to tell me about your day too. Hey, why the long face? I consider myself lucky for being able to stay here to wait for things to get better. I mean, considering what my dad did. You mean Bancroft? His boy has got nothing to do with it, but the man himself has definitely got some issues. These words punch him so hard in the belly he felt nauseous, because this is exactly how people described him and his mother just not too long ago. I've been looking for some arms dealers to work with, but he'd always find out about it every time I made a move. Arms dealers, you said? Right. See, the weapons the cargo crew uses are things that keep the guys up there don't need anymore or are simply too old. It's a real pain in the butt fighting the corrupted and bandits we come across on our missions with those weapons. Just try to imagine how we fare fighting the guys up there with them. They're just going to keep coming back down here to screw us over if we don't have what it takes to stop them. Is that our only way out, though? Yes, it is. The royal family is nothing but an empty shell now, as it is, and the aristocrats are still around. Have all sided with Ashlar. Trying to work things out peacefully with them is a waste of time, because they don't give a damn about people's lives. And given how dire the situation is out there, we can't really ask any external forces to come and help us deal with ACA. In other words, we're on our own, and we need arms to fend for ourselves. Now, we need to hurry up because things are only going to work to our disadvantage if we let them drag on. About Bancroft, though. Right, the kid you saved before is his son, right? Yes. Never mind. I'm not going to ask you to stop hanging out with him, but I want you to keep your mouth zipped about what I tell you. Right, of course. I'll be away again for some time, and I want you to continue your training while I'm away. Yes, Captain. So you're about to step out. No one suddenly remembers a question he wanted to ask. What do we need to do to get our hands on those weapons? People are barely able to keep their heads above water now with the punishing wires wreaking havoc. How exactly are we supposed to get these weapons we need to fight the guards from above? Some of the factories and second-hand markets in the hidden alleys around the reservation areas might have such weapons. But how in the world does Rachel have the resources in exchange for all the weapons they need? Sitting beside his friends, no one tries to get to the bottom of the riddle. Now you asked? I've got extra pay here. What Rachel said pops into his mind. Extra pay. It's true that I've crossed the line, but if what I did brings a better tomorrow for the people, I'd gladly do it again and pay the price. Is this why? Are you helping your mom? Yes, I'm trying to help her. I don't always agree with the way she does things, but I have no right to question her either. The boy is starting to piece the puzzle together. Mom went down that path to help Rachel get the resources she needed to get those weapons. Isn't there another way out? Why did they have to poison her if this is the truth? And just how is Rachel supposed to get all the resources she needs with Julie now dead? 2 months later. Bancroft, Field's father, is finally back home from his mission. He's meeting up with Field and no one. I gave Barbara, the chef from the logistics crew, some resources, hoping she'd looked after Field when I was around. Man. Barbara the chef? Barbara the chef? Yes, that's the one super close to Assad. I see them together all the time. My hunch is that they're getting married soon. Seems like I was totally wrong about her. Anyway, thank you for... Anyhow, thank you for saving my son. Of course. Totally forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bancroft. We worked at a pharmaceutical factory around a reservation area before, until corrupted assaulted the place and killed my wife. I've already told him all that, Dad. You did? Seems like you find yourself a good buddy, son. Alright. Sir, is it true that you know Ashlar from the upper level? Well, I do know those that work for Ashlar, but our relationship is mostly business-oriented. When we left our reservation area, we brought him some semi-finished products from the dilapidated factory. Probably a good idea to tell people that sooner than later. People down here don't exactly like those guys, so... Right, of course. Thank you. Bancroft looks away with a frown, seeming as though he was about to say more. Sir? No, hey. I mean, sure. I'll keep that in mind. And please, don't even lend them a hand. Worried, no one recalls what Rachel said to him. Right. The man now seems a little flustered. By the way, can I ask you to take care of Field for just a few more days while I'm out on another delivery mission with Team 41? I'll come here to pick him up as soon as we find ourselves a permanent spot. No problem at all, sir. We're good friends. Yep. Everything going well with your missions these days, Dad? Bancroft frowns again when Field brings up the subject. What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. You've never been good at lying, Dad. I probably can't help you physically. I can still give you ideas. Kids have helped solve some of history's most difficult puzzles. Remember you were the one that told me this? Alright. Well, things don't look good these days. Cargo box we use for delivery is getting old, and it got a piece of it blown off when we got attacked the other night. We realized we'd lost a bunch of goods when we were done cleaning up the corrupted and checked out on the cargo box. It's not the first time the cargo crew let good things go missing. These words suddenly pop into no one's mind. Words that his mother said to Rachel a long time ago. I'm guessing it was some scavenger on the verge of dying that did all of that, although I have no evidence to say so definitely. Did you check the camcorder? No, son, we don't have that. I heard they only carry a camcorder when they're delivering valuable goods. Is it expensive to make one? I had the same thought, actually. People's theory is that we just won't bother trying to catch the perps anyways, even if we have them on the camcorder, because they're mostly just homeless scavengers. The security rules here are a little different from the pharmaceutical factories. It's safe most of the time there with the conscripts going through shifts guarding the place. Have you seen Barbara? I have some updates for her. Wait, but she's a chef now. I know, but she's taken over Julie's place because Assad has apparently vowed for her competency, and part of what we do overlaps with her area of responsibility. I only address her as a chef because that's what everyone else still calls her. She's probably with Assad. I'll be right back then. The man lowers down and starts checking up on field. How are you doing, big guy? Got a fever? No, but I've run out of medicine. That's fine. I'll go and exchange some. For you. Let's go. Exchange? Yep. Well, the doctor up on the upper level has the medicine I need, so we need to go to him to trade in resources for my medicine. Do you still have any resources left? The only thing we have left is my mother's bracelet. We'll visit the doctor again in 3 months, and I'll have to save up enough resources by then. Dad. It's okay, son. You're the only family I have left in the world, and I can't afford to lose you. When do you have to go? Pretty soon. I have another mission to catch tonight. Bancroft holds Field up and waves at Noan. Thank you so much again. I'll see you around. See ya, Noan. See ya. You probably want to stay away from that field, kid. Right after Noan finished eating with the gang and was about to get busy with a mission from Shauna, Nino drags a chair over and sits beside him. Or sits before him. Bancroft has screwed up a few times, and they're both troublemakers. Because he's lost goods? Not just that. See, there's a lot more than meets the eye to the guy's connection with the guys up there. Hey, Nino. Glad you're here. Hurry up and help us untangle these yarns. Shauna throws a torn sweater over at Nino. She asks him to work together with Nolan to remove the threads that are still fine, tie them, and ball them up. He was about to say something, but instead decided to swallow it, and work away with Nolan. Okay, finish you with a capital F. Oh, excuse me. See, we got a few of our men busted already since you came. He said they found evidence of major wrongdoings committed by our guys, because who's the one that reported everything to those guys up there without saying a word to Rachel? And Bancroft isn't the only snitch around. The aristocrats kind of know what we're up to, so they set up a nice little system of rewards in place to turn us against one another down here. System of rewards? What do you mean? Over there. Down at the end of the car, a guard is dragging a civilian by the hair toward the industrial carriage, with another guard taking away all his resources. People can do anything, so long as there are perks in it for them. Yo, dude. Hold your horses there and chill out. Yo, dude. Scenes like this are commonplace now, but no one can never pretend that they don't bother him. Cap told me not to get involved. He lowers his head in frustration and carries on with work. Glad you kept your cool. The guy probably lost goods or messed up in the industrial carriage. funny that they never busted him until now, though. The bumblebees pretty much get paid for slacking off every day. Better hope the odds are ever in your favor, buddy. During the discussion over here, Wayland turns this way with a bowl in his hand. What? I'm damn clean. Wow, says the guy who got both his hands dirty with all the mud. Everything we're doing is breaking the rules. Don't even get me started on the shady things that a bunch of us is doing but to keep our heads above water. And even if we ignore all that for discussion's sake, the guards paid the snitch a cut of the resources they confiscate. So even if you're as damn clever as clean as they say, the people can still drag you through the mire when they get hungry. Hey, I see you have an empty bowl there. Give us a hand here, will ya? Shauna tosses another torn sweater to Wayland. Come on, I came over with the bowl exactly because I didn't want to get dragged into this. Wayland protests as he puts down his bowl and joins the ranks of Nino and Noah. What are these snitches after, though? What are the perks they get to have right away? They give it down to some long-haul revolution when there are perks you get to enjoy right away, right? There are tons of scum like Bancroft out there that are willing to do just about anything to save their own butts. Can't believe he's the kid's dad. I've seen the boy. Cute kid, pretty smart too. Yeah, he's almost as well behaved as Four Eyes. But we still need to give Nolan some credit here. He's doing so much better now than when he just showed up. Shivering from laughing, Shauna slaps Nolan on the shoulder. People change, especially kids. Birds of a feather flock together, huh? I gather the kid has been flocking a whole lot with you then. Well, not a whole lot, but we do eat together on a regular basis. Which isn't a bad thing, really. People broaden your world, right? Word. So, where were we just now? What's with these, like, old-ass slangs? Word. Totes. Dude, chill out. I mean, I say dude quite a lot, but... You were just saying how Bancroft can do anything. Right. Dude has the snitch to survive because he's so at his wit's end. But everyone's going down together, things down here stay the way they do. What exactly is to blame, though? Aristocrats? Human nature? Or this hellhole itself? A bit of each, I guess. Well, going back to what I was saying, you want to stay away from field knowing Bancroft is anything but kind. But that's what you all said about my mom and me. We're saying these things for your sake, son. For my sake? People only opened their arms to Nolan because he stood up for Field. And there's no way Nolan is going to cut ties with Field to earn his place among these people. You're trying to distance yourself from Field when you were just saying how he's different from his dad. Why are you taking the kid's side, son? Because he's my friend and I've been in his shoes. If you can't stop doubting and hating on someone that needs help, how are you going to prove yourself innocent when the tables turn somewhere down the road? Word. Blown away, kid. Seems like all the reading is doing wonders here. Come on, are you taking the kid's side too? See, no one hangs around Rachel all the time now. You just never know what Bancroft is gonna do if no one gets screwed over somewhere down the road. You all still remember what happened to Julie, yeah? Wait, what? Look, son, just do as we say. If you don't want what happened to your mom to happen to you. Do you know who killed her, Wayland? Huh? Nolan does have his own theory about his mother's death, yet he's never had any information to check against his theory. And he never figured out the perp's motive. What in the world? No, silly me, I gotta get going now. Seemingly perturbed, Wayland puts the soda down on the table halfway done and makes a run for it before anyone knows what just happened. How subtle. Farewell of the Shadow. Node number 10. Hey, Nolan? Did your dad leave? Right. Hey, look. Huh? No one was about to tell Field what he had just learned about Field's dad, but decided to drop the topic. What did the doctor say? He said my immune system isn't working properly, which is why I come under the weather a lot more down here, where it's wet and cold. Boy, can't wait for summer. That's the opposite of me. I hate summer. Won't be sick so often when summer is here, and Dad won't have to worry about me all the time. Field rubs his fingers against the vial in his hand. That comes with no label. This medicine costs us a fortune. Does your dad stay connected with Ashlar to keep his access to this medicine? I have no idea. He refuses to tell me anything about it. Do you like summer, Nolan? I don't have a favorite season because it doesn't really make a difference on the train. But I guess I just might have one when I eventually get to go out with a cargo crew. Cool. Say, why not let's go to the forest to look for fireflies in summer? Fireflies? Why though? Because they're beautiful. Have you seen one? In the books I read, yes. I've drawn some before. Nolan picks up a pencil and on a makeshift sketchbook he's put together using scrap papers draws a vertical line of circles. The circles seem like a cross between dandelions and the glowing balls that one would see reading mangas. No, Nolan. Fireflies don't actually look like this. With his fingers, Field traces out a firefly. Firefly has a pair of wings, and the only part of it that glows is its tummy. We can try to look it up on the terminal, but I'm sure it wouldn't look as pretty in the pictures as if you see one in person. Are there still any around? Yeah, my mom brought me to this place to see them. Oh, shit, that was my bowl. See them before. We should do that too. Sounds great. I can go out there with the cargo crew after my training. Nolan looks up and stares at the dusty lights affixed to the car's ceiling. Fireflies, huh? I heard a lullaby before that has to do with fireflies. A lullaby? Wait, do you mean this one? Seeing Nolan looking back at him with a bewildered look, Field hums out a part of what he believes is the lullaby no one is talking about. No, not this one. Thinking for a few moments, Field hums out something different. Yes, that's the one. I see. Deep in thought, they both fall silent. Have you heard about how people think that grass turns into fireflies when it weathers and decays? I think I read about that somewhere. But that's just a superstition from the past, no? Well, my mom would always describe us as grass with the roots deep in the soil. She never told me why she thought that. But I think I know why now. Field runs his eyes through the words in the book again and again. We're as mundane as grass. See, this is what it says in the book. Wild grass strikes no deep roots, has no beautiful flowers or leaves, yet it imbibes dew, water, and the blood and flesh of the dead, all trying to rob them of life. As long as it lives, it is trampled upon and mowed down until it dies and decays. But that doesn't mean wild grass is worthless. You die because you lived, and you rot because you were. Dying weeds bear new lives. While the skies might not be at their brightest now, the fire burning across the grass field will light up the skies all the same. It all makes sense then, what people say about grass turning into fireflies when it withers and decays. Because people can't stop missing something when it's gone, no matter how mundane it may be. Field looks at Nolan with a serious look on his face. People tend to form their own imagination and association by reading books when they're still young, but it's relatively worth it if they can turn their imagination and association into torches that light up the path ahead for them. Why are you telling me all this? Why are you telling me these all of a sudden, though? Well, because I was just reading this book, and because goodbye keeps coming up, and that lullaby you brought up. So I thought of my mom, and how she might have turned into a firefly, and might just be waiting for me out there in the forest to say goodbye to me. Does that all sound like some fantasy I made up to make myself feel better? No, it doesn't. But see, I was just thinking that people do turn into fireflies when they die, and we'd never have to say goodbye to them, right? I'm just trapped in my memory in the night. Maybe I just need a bit farewell to myself. Why would she have to do that, though? I'm responsible for my mom's death. She'd always encouraged me to read, but we didn't have a whole lot of books at home. The terminal at the pharmaceutical factory had a lot of electronic documents in it, so she'd take me there every so often at night when there wasn't anyone around. And things went terribly wrong that night. Field looks down in silence as he turns the pages in the book he's holding, and only opens his mouth to speak again after what seems like an eternity. Since Mom died, there hasn't been a day where I didn't regret it. And Dad has been living on the edge ever since to get me my medicine. All while I've been living in the melancholy of the past and been anything but helpful. If I could just say goodbye to her in the forest where she worked, or where she died, would I be able to let it all go and have what it takes to carry on? No one shakes his head. She made that choice to protect you. I'm sure she'd never want you to forget about her. I'm also sure she'd never want to see you crippled by regret. You're absolutely right. But I'm just too scared to face it. I can't do it. I just can't be like you, Nolan. You've lost so much coming so far, but you've never given up. What do you mean? No one doesn't understand those words because he thinks he's learned things the hard way and already come to grips with reality. Be it your memory or what you believe in, you hold on to both of them. You'd never have stood up for me or lent me a hand had you already given them up. Field puts his now slightly cold hand on Nolan's shoulder. Deep down, you're into those heroic stories, aren't you? None of them is real, though. That's only because you don't yet have the power to make them so, Nolan. And not because you aren't determined enough. What's the difference anyways? Power corrupts you if power is all you have. But you're different. You went out of your way to help me knowing full well you were no match for the guard. And that, Noah, is determination. Noah. Determination, huh? But I was this close to screwing everyone over back then. And Rachel asked me to swear that I'd never do it again. Never come across something like that. Noah. Bill walks up to Noah and pats Noah's face. Yes? Come on, Noah. I know you might be feeling guilty for putting everyone in harm's way, but nothing changes the fact that you saved me. And that's proof enough that you can still do what you want to do, even when you don't yet have what it takes to make it perfect. And I'll keep what you did for me in mind. Help people in need when I see them. You might not be able to help everyone out there who's in need of help, but everyone you help will go on to help someone else. Sounds great, right? Would you still do it Would you still do it if helping them means you're going to make everyone suffer? Sure. I mean, kindness is a choice, and the world is to blame if it doesn't allow us to make that choice. And that's what reminds me of what you said the other day when you came up to help. If you think I'm out of my mind for trying to help, screw that. Boy, you really need to forget that. Why though? Wait, does it make you cringe? Bingo? Oops. Dude, just pretend I never said any of that already. Okay, fine. I'll stop with that. But I'm never going to forget you helped me. And see? It's really got me thinking. And if I'm going to help people however I can with my leg, once my leg gets better. But you're already doing that, Field. You're helping me already. Am I? You are? See? No one suddenly recalls all the truths people have said about Field. And he can't help feeling tormented when he compares them with all the heartwarming encouragement he's heard from Field over the past few days. Drawing a deep breath in hesitation, no one decides to sweep it all under the rug with thanks. Thank you, Field, for telling me all this. Not knowing why he's being thanked, the blonde boy lowers his head and laughs. What do you want me to be in the future? What do you want to be in the future, Noah? In the future? Yeah, a dream or a plan or something. Something you want for yourself. No one closes his eyes in silence. Well, he said something, but he just can't seem to recall the words that came out of his mouth. How in the world did he even forget something so casual? And you? What are you going to do? I just want to get better, so I can leave the train, go to the forest to see the fireflies, preferably with you and Dad. But I'm nowhere near close just yet, so I guess we just have to look forward to summer first. You really love summer, don't you? With a burning passion, too, because it's only when summer is here that I don't get sick all the time. It isn't exactly cold in the car, but Field can't just help looking forward to summer. Summer is warm and all. Well, that's probably also when Field gets to relive in all his good memories without all the worries. How would you like a new name for good luck? Like what? Field Lucifer Summer Hephaestus. For the love of God. Hugging himself, Field shivers from head to toe. Oh, how about Field Sir von Jord und Frau des Affairs? What the hell? I don't know that. I don't know German. That's just a mix of everything. Field raises his voice, something he rarely ever does. Just call me Summer. I think that should give me enough good luck. Alright, Summer it is. Thanks. I can totes add it though. Sure you okay? Please stop saying totes. Thanks, but no thanks. 2 months go by. Bancroft works day and night to make up for the lost goods. Except there is no end to his team's blunders, no matter how hard he works. He manages to stay around with his connections to the aristocrats up there. But he's been finding it increasingly difficult to stay lately, with his team messing up things again and again. Every so often, no one would see Rachel give a piece of her mind in front of people. Field has run out of his medicine, and the hellhole that's the lower level is eating away at his body, putting him through low fevers again and again. Yet he'd always lie to his father when he checks on him. When no one trains, Field would stay in the book storage most of the time, where he would either be reading or napping in the corner. Hey, Summer, I'm back. Hey, did you see my dad tonight? He was supposed to be back for a few hours today. I did, and he left after asking me a few questions about you. Do you find the lost goods? No, not yet. What did Captain say? Well, I've personally busted some shizheads that tried to do their little things with the goods. And mind you, you're getting busted next if you pull another trick on me. Please, Captain, I didn't do this. Says a man who has a record of working for the aristocrats? My son was in a very bad condition, and he was the only one I could ask for help from. You really gotta up your game, Bancroft. She very much said the same thing she had before. What did people say, though? Doesn't anyone have any idea who stole the goods? Well, Bancroft, you said, man, the man's a real thief, and he's not at all. I just want to be there to see him die the day he gets torn into pieces by corrupted. Better stay away from his son, boy. Young boy will probably grill you up when he gets hungry. They don't seem like they want to help. Definitely give your dad a hand when I finish my training in 2 months. No, please don't, Nolan. I think I know what my dad is up to, but I can't stop him. He never passed the captain's screening. He can work just fine as a crew member, but things are a disaster when he tries to play leader. He needed help because I was injured, and he only found this place after pulling some strings. And see, it wasn't resources that the aristocrats took from an exchange. It was info. I'm sure Dad would never have gone down this if he still had resources to trade with the aristocrats. I bet he wouldn't have had to go through any of this had I died back then. You didn't ask to be roughed up, though. I wouldn't have been the same without you, buddy. People change, especially kids. Pretty sure our boy is gonna grow a whole lot more well-rounded the longer he hangs out with us. Birds of a feather flock together, huh? Right? I don't really think I'd be the same person that I am today without you. Hey, did you forget about what you said before? What you said about fireflies? No, I do still remember what I said about fireflies. But I'm starting to have a change of mind now, knowing what happened to all those people my dad snitched on. It's been 6 months since we boarded the train, and for 6 whole months, that's how Dad got my machine and the resources he had to pay for the lost goods. And I'm just afraid that they're going to hurt someone else close to you next. Or maybe you even. Come on, son. You hang around Rachel all the time now, and she tells you everything. You just never know what Bancroft is going to do when he gets crazy somewhere down the road. Like, son, just do as we say. You don't want to know what happened to your mom to happen to you. And I don't see how that's any different from if we personally did the hurting ourselves. It's fine, as long as your dad still gets paid properly for his work. He just needs to pay for the best goods and make sure that he never loses anything again. But Dad always keeps losing them. And he hasn't even gotten what he's been working for because his pay all goes into paying for the goods lost. I still have no idea whatsoever who stole them. I'm at the end of my training now. I'll ask Rachel to put me on your dad's delivery team so I can keep an eye out for him. No, please, no one. Thank you for offering, but I think it's best that you stay out of this. And that was the last time no one ever saw Field. Field left nothing in the book storage, except for his half-tarnished Firefly toy and his notebook. The notebook comes with an introduction sheet on how to put together the Firefly toy. The rest of the notebook is full of Field's thoughts and sentences and lines that he's compiled off the books he read. The handwriting for the first half of the notebook is neat. That's when Field was working about changing seasons of nature. Signs that he was still in a crucible condition then. The handwriting and content for the second half, however, are the exact opposite of what they are in the first, with stains of blood here and there on the pages. When no one gets to the very last 2 pages, he has to read the words 3 times to finally understand what he's saying. what they say. Friend, your time's close. I'll turn to the darkness and wander to the nothingness. You still expect my largest. What can I offer you? Ceaseless. Is it still darkness and void and stop? I like only darkness, or to vanish into your daytime. I'd like a void that never seizes your heart. I'd like that, friend. I traveled alone, not only without you, but in darkness with my other shadows. Only myself, submerged by darkness, and that world wholly mine. No one puts down the notebook and looks around. I can't seem to find field anywhere in the otherwise usually crowded lower level car that now only has a handful of souls. Unable to see any further and feeling helpless, no one starts shouting out his friend's name among people ready for bed. Summer! Field! For crying out loud, kid, do you know what time it is? Not surprised at all. People don't hesitate to yell at him. Sorry, but I'm just looking for my friend, because he went missing. He what? You sure he didn't head out with the cargo crew? They're supposed to head down to City 74 tonight and we'll be back in the morning. The man sits up from his dirty mattress with a yawn. He's about my age, and there's no way he left with the cargo crew because he just isn't fit enough to do that. Not fit enough? Wait, are you talking about Bancroft's son? Yes, that's him. Have you? Don't say a thing even if I, we're damn fed up with all Bancroft's little drama and just can't wait to see him kicked off the train. Ditto. Ain't it funny how shit happens to his team every single time? Dude just shouldn't be a captain, period. None of his men listens to him, and their goods go missing whenever they're out on a mission. I just want the guy ASAP so we can all have a good night's sleep. You really think that's going to head into this situation? Excuse me? There will be a second and third and more Bancrofts as long as the guards from the upper level keep their rules in place. We could choose to sit around and watch them die, but you never know who's going to be next. How's it going? But he was only trying to save someone. Leaking information and losing goods are what's considered wrong now according to the rules. Who's to say the rules are going to stay this way forever? Remember, we are all heroes, or we are all zeros. Rule that they just put into place in the industrial carriage. The aristocrats would be more than happy to keep shipping someone off there that hampers the rest of the team, as long as people keep trying to single out the bad apple. Or so Captain Rachel always says. Are all the bad apples to blame for our sufferings? No, they're not. Because as long as they can trade in info for resources, people will jump at the opportunity any day of the week. See, we've twisted the vines against ourselves when the rules are what's wrong in the first place. I'm not saying that I stand with these people, but the rules are what's wrong, and I sympathize with all the innocent people that get dragged into the mud. Why are we turning our backs on Field when he's done nothing wrong and wants to bring about changes? We should hate the aristocrats' guts for treating us the way they do. But aren't we doing the same exact thing? Oh shit, hey, you think you know everything, huh? Like everything you said, though. Atta boy, son. Captain Shauna? Thought I dropped by when I heard all the buzz coming from down there. Down here. Don't worry, though. Rachel ain't around, and I won't tell her a thing. Field went missing, Shauna. Sure, you looked everywhere. I threw all the places he'd usually go. His notebook is the only thing I found. No one hands the notebook over to Shauna. She quickly goes through it. Let's look for him together. Kid might still be around. We can't let Bancroft stick around anymore. Your sick wife, Rock's kids, and Jason's mom. Those are just some of the people who are here that we should just kick off the train. And I can keep going if you want me to. Oh yeah, just FYI, I know what they're all up to. You all hate Bancroft's guts because he's been capitalizing on what you do, right? Desperate times call for desperate measures, and I can totally agree with that. And y'all are damn right to say that he's got nothing coming his way. But who are y'all to say that you're any less guilty? What do you mean? You don't let him handle the goods alone, knowing that he'd lose them. Did I say more? And boy, I would have told Rachel all this had I heard about them earlier. Rachel doesn't know any of this. Like how she would? She's been doing all these things to make life better for us. While we're busy here trying to help those scoundrels up there, we screw ourselves over. Does seeing Bancroft screw up over and over make life better for any of you? Do they come here and strangle someone you hate every time Bancroft loses goods and decisions? Shadow throws a punch at the wall with her smile still in the face. Whatever's. Now just answer me this. Are you going to help look for Field or not? I'll go check the security cameras over at the storage and send a few guys down the Revelation. Those places aren't the best for these keto kids to get back to once they're there. Once they're in there. Thank you. We need you to come with us, kid. Sure. I want to leave the car with the man. What's it going to be for the rest of you? I'll look around. I'll go with you. Should we double check with Rachel to see if this kid is out with the team? Right. I'll do that with my terminal. Stay here if you want, but take along if you can lend us a hand. Lucy, do us a favor and check where you and the kids usually play hide and seek. On it. And with that, people started forming search teams. There are still people who are either unwilling or to help or unable to help, but things are already looking a lot better if no one had to do this on his own. This single event isn't going to erase all the hard and feelings that are already there, but no one can just feel that they've made a dent in the tip of the iceberg. Field, where are you? The boy calls out his friend's name as the sun begins to slowly show his face to the world for the world. Ooh, Battelle mode. It's 4 hours now. Holy. 11 notes, and of those 11, 2 of them have been common ones. Jeez. And we had to go, and there's like 8 combat notes in this entire chapter. Oh, excuse me. Awakened memory. Speaking of awakened, maybe this combat node will wake me up here, because I'm back to being drowsy again. Oh. The search teams have looked through every corner in the lower level car, but haven't found anything. I'll keep going until the 5-hour mark. So another hour or so. I'll try. The search teams have looked through every corner in the lower level car, but haven't found anything. It isn't until 2 in the morning the next day that no one comes across a thread. It seems as though it came off Field's scarf around the entrance to the ventilation duct in storage 54 of carriage G. When people get into the storage and check the security footage, they notice that there is a range of areas the security camera fails to capture because the camera is unable to turn properly with all the dust stuck at its rotating shaft. The range of area isn't big at all, but it still leaves enough room for a child to pass through easily. Oh, nothing caught on tape. This ain't fishy at all, right? What was the kid doing here anyways? Bancroft's team just left for a mission, and the kid might have just left with them. Maybe double check with Rachel. The original, I again got a reply in the negative. We've gone through everywhere already. How can someone just disappear like that? Should we just wait until the team comes back tomorrow then? Wait, Field, what? Bancroft gets back on the train at 6 in the morning. He was still around when I left for training in the morning, but he was gone when I got back at 10 last night. Was he out on the mission with you guys? No, he wasn't. I kept my eye out for the goods the entire way because they cost an arm and a leg, and I didn't see him around. Is it possible that he was hiding among the goods? We went through all the boxes already. When did you do that? We did it once to minimize our stopover once before we arrived at the station, and the second time when we were delivering the goods. Wait, could it be after the first check? No way. We've run another quick check halfway through the mission. Quick check, he said. Right, because a few of our transport vehicles toppled over when we ran into some corrupted on the way. We did spend some time going around the place without the goods to divert their attention, but we didn't pick up any abnormalities when we got back. Did you lose anything this time? No, we totally thought someone had their eye on this particular batch of goods because they were such gems, but we didn't really lose anything besides the few things that got damaged from the attack. Could he still be on the train? We went through everywhere in the lower level together. If he's not still on the train, he's got to be up here, somewhere up there. Yes, we went through everywhere, even all the ventilation ducts and the roof. Did you just say you did it all together? Bancroft looks at them incredulously. Right. I mean, not everyone was able to help, but a lot of people did give us a hand. But this is all we found. No one hands the thread he found over to Bancroft. Found it in one of the ventilation ducts. Can't be sure if this is something that came off his scarf. Bancroft rubs the thread for a few moments before he gives it a sniff as one of his face pales. The texture and the smell of it. Yes, it's got to be the scarf he's wearing that he got from my wife. I'm 100% sure. Which ventilation duct did you find this in? The one in storage 54 of carriage G. G54? No one nods. Why do you want to go there, though? Well, I see you're totally clueless, huh? Assad? What do you mean? Please, we don't want to get kicked off the train. Assad bursts out laughing as he mimics a child's voice. It's not something Field would ever say. So he decided to tag along to see who's been stealing all the goods. And bam, when he came out of the box he was hiding in, he caught Daddy red-handed. But we didn't lose anything this time. Well, you sure didn't leave your boy in City 74 for him to do the stealing for you. You're out of your mind? I didn't even have time to see him because of this stupid long route you said you were going to take. Assad smirks. Oh yes, we did take the long route. But so what? Are you gonna snitch to one of the D-heads now that your little boy to get your little boy his meds? Why would I do that? How did he know my goods were in G54 anyway? Oh, I see. You told him my goods were there. You should bring that question to your son, because you're not going to believe what I say either way. Well, let's see. If he's not on the train, then he's got to be in City 74 with all the goods then. Or are you just going to leave him there to die because he's such a burden? Hey. With his lips trembling, Bancroft turns around to look at the door. The countdown light on the frame is flashing, signaling that the train will be departing from City 74 in no time. I'm going to look for him. Wait, what? He has to be in the city. He's either at the base or where the corrupted attacked us. He grabs his protective suit and makes a dash for the door. Wait, you haven't got your rewards yet. Since you didn't lose too many things this time, there's still food and a bottle of watered-down homemade run for you after your monthly fine for the lost goods is taken care of. It's cold out there and you should bring some of them. Barbara, bring them to him. Here. She produces a bag with bottles in it from behind the counter and tosses it toward Bancroft. Thanks. When are you coming back, sir? Well, I won't be back for a while. I'll be living out there with Field when I find him, since there's no way the train is going to keep staying here just for me. We'll hop back on when the train comes back here again. Can we go with you then? You can't. going to go alone because it's much too dangerous out there. I still want to thank you and everyone else that helped look for Field. Because, see, I never thought anyone would give me a hand after what I did. Bancroft stands up and steps out of the clothing door. And when no one turns around, he sees Assad and Barbara, who's completely taken over his mother's place, smiling back at each other. Ever since then, no one has been asking around to see if anyone has seen Bancroft and Field, except they both seem to have disappeared off the face of the earth, gradually fading away from people's conversations. Having a hard time letting go, no one finishes the mechanical firefly Field left behind using the discarded mechanical parts he's gathered. I think this will do as a keepsake between us. Training, walking alone in downpours, jumping at every chance to look for Field. No one grows used to these as time passes by. The lower level has been the same hellhole it always been. But no one knows that the fire in his heart will keep burning strong, so long as he still has a place among the people down here. A year after Julie's death, no one passes Rachel's test. He can now leave the train and join the cargo crew for missions. Oh shit. His hair went from like a dark blue to even a darker blue. Not a day has gone by that he stopped trying to bring about their collective dream and find his long lost friend. Living among people and experiencing their warmth and complexity firsthand, the boy grows up to be a well-rounded young man who now thinks twice before he acts. He sees fireflies flying in the forest for the first time. He's out on a delivery mission. Before him are countless glowing spots on the ground that pave themselves into a path that leads into the dark of the night. And it's only then that it hits him that he's never forgotten a thing. Be it his hot temper or all the heart-wrenching goodbyes he had to say. Though toned down over the years by the warmth he's felt from all those around him, they've been with him all along and have now become an unseverable part of him. No one still dreams of the forest every now and then. And when he does, he sees Field smiling among the fireflies, that same smile he hopes to see when he and his friend meet again. Where is he now? Is he living somewhere far away from ACA with Bancroft? Or is he long gone where no one would ever find him? For years he's been looking for them, and for years they remain as elusive as the fireflies in his dream, and the lullaby his mother used to sing. Will the sun rise above the horizon when away the night fades? Summer! Jolting awake from what seemed to be an endless dream, no one notices that he's grabbing Lithos' hand, as Lithos tries to hook a medical device up to him that he's never seen before. Wait, what was I? We put you to sleep because your mind was a little unstable, and you just never woke up. Right. My name is Noah, and my mind went berserk, and I went into a coma when I recalled my name, and the reason I threw it away. Do you mind letting go? Oops, sorry. Letting go of Lithos' hand and looking embarrassed, no one rubs his hand against his hair. Were you going to hook this up to me just now? This device is meant to treat mind, and the cord fell off when they bumped into it in the middle of the fight. I was just trying to put it back on you. Did I wake up right after the cord fell off? Wait, did you just say in the middle of a fight? No one looks up and sees that Talba is having a shouting match with a few constructs just a few meters away. Just grow up already, kid. You'd be nothing more than Ascendant's partner in crime the moment you step out of here. Why can't you just have more confidence in us? Because confidence takes us nowhere. We're powerless against this disaster, and Ascendants are our only way out. Shut your trap before I call the purifying force on you. world is going on over there? It's all because of me. I put you to sleep without following the maintenance procedure. I forgot to follow the standard procedure because I was on edge since I had a teammate that died after his mind went berserk. You never woke up, and they all wanted to hold me accountable. You were going to report this whole incident to the higher ups. Except the reception here at the base is dead now. And people have been saying that this is what happened to some of the other bases before they were attacked by Ascendants, which kind of puts me on edge now. Why are you calling the purifying force on me when I'm just trying to save people? The Ascendant I ran into told me I'm good enough to pass the filtering, and that he'd come to me if I survive his test. Why are we all shunning this chance when it's right there in front of us? Best that we report this to the higher ups, Talbot. No one here would be in dire danger if the Ascendants actually come here. Have more confidence in us. I don't know, man. The Ascendants are a real problem. Yeah. Maybe Talbot's speaking facts. I don't know. If it's just to survive, sure, but... Nah. If anything, I'd just be a transcendent. I'd be transcendent. But this place won't be safe forever, even if they don't come here. We still might get attacked at any time with all the threats still around us. Welcome back, Xyz. I didn't even know you went. Talbot? Sacrificing a few people means nothing if I get to have the power of an Ascendant, and I can save even more people with that. You frickin' son of a... Finally losing it, one of the constructs swings a jab at Talbot. As though personally getting punched in the face, no one feels a burning pain. Ascendant? Didn't have time to say because I was hurt. Oh, I see. Hello, my beloved traitors who have relinquished your past. Onagith, the very power you came seeking shall arrive in no time. But before he is here, we can take and answer some of the frequently asked questions you might have. It's Roland. So the rumor is true. Roland. Oh yeah, that's not obvious. Will this do? Yes, you may go back now. Hold on. Do you see who's in this medical chamber? Don't sweat it. That's a special guest, personally invited by him. And he's at a much safer place than any of you. Look, he's waking up. A special guest, you said? Ascendant. Defecting constructs. I remember them. I've seen them all before. Are you taking him? I am, because we'll be seeing even fewer humans the further down the road our plan goes. And I never wanted to see this planet deprived of all lives. There will be constructs and machines, but there are still countless talented humans trapped within their carnal shells that have yet to get their tickets. Gemini caught him right when he fell off the train. The new weapon has made him immune to punishing, and he's right here in City 210. I say our new plan will be off to a good start with all these coincidences. These are his memories from when he was going in and out of home. Someone brought him to an entirely white room when he was severely injured. He didn't catch a good look of the person's face with all the light in his eyes, but he still remembers that weird-looking chair. Boy, look at how damaged he is. And he's still alive. How would you like him dealt with? I want him to stay alive, but feel free to turn him into one of us, your way if you wish so. If you so wish. Understood. Where's Cecil? I thought you brought him back with you. He's still in City 43 with the women. He calls up the screen from his terminal and clicks on a live feed from the security camera. The screen shows a half-demolished building in which a long-haired young man now looks coldly at the people who were once his commandant and comrades as they provide the women with on-the-spot medical treatment. How about you keeping an eye out for Tisa? He doesn't have a place among these, place there among those people anymore, and that's how I know he'll come back here. Is he the reason you came this time? No. I actually came to get what I left with you here. Ready to use Cthulhu as original, I gather. No. I'm going to run another experiment. When he regains his memories, he has a hard time recognizing his body. Did that happen after the surgery? Takes place during chapter 17. See. Yeah, when Vonnegut was saying the Gemini caught him after he fell at the train, yeah. Either during 17 or sometime like after 17, but before like 18 or whatever. Or maybe it was happening at the same time as 18. No, wait, no. I think 18 was... No, wait. No, not 18. New Divide, I mean. Chapter 19. I think 19 was happening during... In the middle of Lucem, I think. Or sometime after. I don't remember. But this is obviously after Lucem. Unless they were really quick to get him this new construct body, then yeah, during Lucem. No, there seems to be more to it than that. It was like mid-17 to the end of 17. Oh, I see. Yeah, I would guess Cinder Burns is around that then. All the damage he sustained is reminding him that he's missing certain parts of his memory. And there goes another trial. See, I told you that none of these defecting constructs would ever make the cut. You're only going to put Babylonia on edge and letting him go around spreading the word however he wants. And that's exactly what I want. Oh, I see you're trying to bait them, huh? Exactly. Except I won't need you there for what I need to do after that. So I'm getting laid off, I gather. No, but I just thought I'd let him handle things here. I'll bring you up to speed about Luna in the foreseeable future. And I don't suppose you'll be still around working for me once that happens, huh? Well. With a smirk on his face, Roland turns around to look at the person sitting on the chair. I heard you didn't have a lot of ascendants working for you, and that most of the ascendants you have are either trainees, like Cinderella, or stand-ins, like yours truly. And that's why I thought there were special requirements in place that you wanted your ascendants to meet. The kid has trouble controlling himself sometimes, and he's just so set on humans or the constructs that failed the filtering. I mean, you should have seen him when he came face to face with Grey Raven's ex-commandant, Revenge. Boy, was the kid like a cloying little puppy. You see him as an empty shell, without a soul. What exactly are you trying to do, placing so much trust in a lunatic like this? I need there to still be a lot of people that can join our ranks in the new world after the filtering. And his vision of the new world isn't different from mine. Those that failed to pass the filtering might as well make themselves useful by being the Red Tide's food. He believes that they'll be sleeping happily ever after the Red Tide, because the Red Tide will literally have dissolved all their pains when they were still alive. Which is why he loves the world and the Red Tide with all his heart, as much as he does those twisted shards. And I have no reason to wake him up from his dream, no matter what they really are. Spoiling your kids never does them good. Right, would you rather I stick my nose into what you do? Or do you just not believe that I'd steer clear of your way? If you don't want to become one of my ascendants, that all the work you do here and all the information you receive are nothing more than a trade. You already have what it takes to stand in the new world. And as long as you steer clear of the filtering, you can go anywhere you want, but I won't stop you. You won't stop me, but you're still going to keep an eye on me. That's only appropriate. You're not one of us yet, after all. Not one of you. Your special guest is only suffering so much because he's not one of you yet either, isn't he? That's right. I got these wounds because I rejected someone. Why didn't I agree? I'll never be your accomplice. Accomplice? So you think this is a crime? What else? Do you think you're a hero? Everything you do is just reinforcing your big bad shtick. I'd be surprised if you show up as a black silhouette next time. This is the best way to make sure everyone lives. Does becoming a shard of memories count as living to you? They're certainly more alive than a completely rotten shell. Why won't you understand? We share a similar past and similar regrets. You should understand where I'm coming from. I'll say it again. I understand why you've gone off the deep end, but I'll never agree with your actions, including reading my memories. Mister didn't want me to get too aggressive. It doesn't matter to him whether you become one of us. But I must admit being intrigued by you after I saw your past. Did we just speed past that? Vonnegutt's group is responsible for the Ravage asset and ultimately giving us alpha? This writing is fire. Just a little subtle mention of it. Just a little mention of it, huh? Just a little sprinkle. A little sprinkle of extra lore. Not to mention that I made you. You carry my mark. Unlike those regular constructs, you're an anomaly, and you can never get rid of that no matter how far you run. If you leave me, you'll slowly lose control of yourself until you become a monster that hurts other people before they decide to hunt you down. That's why you haven't killed me yet, isn't it? That's right. Even dismissing the fact that I'm intrigued by your past, it's only natural that a creator is attached to their creation, right? I'd hate to break you that quickly. The blurred figure sighs, slowly approaching Noah. But I can't convince you no matter how hard I try, can I? I'm sorry. Forgive me. Then forget all of this. We'll start again, and we'll make up then. Does it hurt? I'm sorry. But naughty children need to be disciplined. You. Cough, cough. No one feels a sharp pain in his chest before everything fades to black. His memories melt away in the chaos with his injuries. Only now does he remember that he is the one involved with the Ascendants. I was prepared for the fact that I'm probably one of those righteous super friends, but I wasn't expecting to be someone the Ascendants invited. To have something like this happen to a regular guy is as absurd as reading the start of a manga. If you leave me, you'll slowly lose control of yourself until you become a monster that hurts other people. At least I haven't lost control for now. What now? Start again. Could that person be lurking nearby? Lost in thought, no one finally looks up to find everyone rushing outside in disarray. Large number of corrupted approaching. How far away? Several hundred meters. Where are the guards? Swear word. Where is everyone? The alarm isn't triggered either. What is going on? It can't be. The Ascendant. Is he finally coming? Finally? Have you lost your mind? There are still a lot of patients in here. Ascendant? I want to run away. I won't run away. Please let me fight with you. I'm coming with you too. No one steps out of the medical center. playing games with you. We're done? No, I can still detect signals of the corrupted. The scout drone has also stopped working. What's going on? Let me see if I can restart it. Restart it, no one? Save us, no one? No way. This way, it will be fine. Looks like it was just turned off, not broken. Oh. It's an army. It's a little group with 3 ambulances. No. You can't help them. You can't save them. No one. Insufficient. No. How am I supposed to know? I don't know. Hang on. Search for a clue. Ooh, what the heck? I can't read that. 9th? Second, what? Oh my god. Or is it the date? Maybe it's just the date. 31st of October. So is it what? '31st? October is like 10? Is that it? No. They're dying. There we go. Hikari's playing, so the song fills me with hope and determination. These guys were so close to dying. Kelly play means we can't lose. You're going true. You can never lose. If a song can give you hope and determination, that means you'll win automatically, 100%. You freaking idiot. We're safe for now. You wanted to become an ascendant. You freaking. How can this guy stay uncorrupted in an environment of this high punishing concentration? Me? He's a transcendent. Is that an earthquake? What about the Live song earlier? Well, that gives me depression because of what happened in Muslim. I'm kidding. It's a beautiful song, though. If Hikari fills me with hope and determination, the Moonlight Sonata remix they did for Live song right there will give me depression. No, it's the red tide coming out from the underground. It's the red tide. The punishing concentration is increasing rapidly. Hurry back to the medical center. Blah, 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 blah. I hear it bubbling up. A red tide. Oh, another combat one. Crazy. Insane. Plausibility. Some action. So much reading. So much lore. It's nice to have a little break with with these combat nodes. The battle has been going on for 3 hours, and individual corrupted and hetero creatures are still shambling toward Medical Center 9. The defenses are all damaged, and the corpses of corrupted filling every street and alley. The punishing virus concentration has gone from bad to worse. Adding fuel to the flame, the streets outside the medical center have cracked apart. Red tide oozes out, obstructing the ways in and out. Something's wrong. These things seem to know where they're going, unlike the barrage of hetero creatures who attacked thoughtlessly. How's the medical center doing? Staying inside the center is still safe for now, but we still got a lot injured. This is bad. The CPF's going to overload if the virus concentration remains this high. We should evacuate everyone ASAP, or at least call in reinforcements. We can't evacuate. There's nowhere to go. I just came back from a patrol. The roads are damaged and covered in red tide. They're not completely submerged yet, but our defenses won't hold up for long. The others won't stand a chance. We're trapped? Something is seriously wrong. This isn't random. Talbot, did you lure an Ascendant here? That Ascendant only said he'd come for me. Why would he do something like this? To destroy us, obviously. Do you think he'll deliver you a crown without hurting anyone else? I'm sorry, Lillian, but we better kick him out. But he's heavily infected right now. Sending him out will kill him. But you think it's better for him to stay here? Crazy Talbot. You crazy. Well, his Ascended buddy can save him. Wait. The young man defeats the last creature by the entrance before opening the door and going inside the medical center. I might be the one who's connected to the Ascendants. Nani? I just remembered some things. Before I lost my memories, I might have met the Ascendants. Excuse me? Hey, this guy's almost clean. He's been fighting with us all this time. His infection should be way worse than this. Maybe his invert device is enhanced? Can you control the corrupted? I don't know. I don't know how, at the very least. Maybe a transcendent? Can't be. His punishing virus concentration is way too low for that. You aren't being serious, are you? That's wild. An amnesiac ascendant not realizing he's an ascendant and got accepted by others. It's a plot straight out of a like a gacha game or something, man. Crazy, right? Straight out of like a sci-fi post-apocalyptic gacha game. Call me crazy. It's probably gonna be called like Punishing Great Raven or something. That's insane. Manga. Okay. Are you talking about the Cardman writer who forgot he was a demonic scientist? No. It's the one with the guy who picked up the death journal. He also lost his memories. I can't believe you read that. He said the thing. Wait a minute. Didn't you lose your memories? How come you can remember the plots of those mangas? What on earth are you two yapping about? See, that's how I... See? What on earth are you yapping about? That's how I feel about, like, Honkai Star Rail and Genshin, man. When you can't skip their fucking dialogue. Sorry. Well, I'm not. Is he the Ascendant you met, Talbot? No. He was standing in the dark and his silhouette looked like a giant snake, I'd say. What about you? Do you remember what your Ascendant looked like? Not really, but I'm pretty sure mine wasn't a giant snake. What did yours tell you? Mine wanted me to become one of them. I refused, and then I blacked out. That was more or less what I was told as well. I guess they aren't that strict on who they choose? recruiting victims. Anyone will do. Fall into our trap. Stop repeating what Anna said. Let's just kick both of them out. Stop. That won't solve anything. Punishing virus concentration is too high outside right now. We'll probably kill them if we send them away. If they're the reason we're in this mess right now, why shouldn't we kick them out? Comms are down right now. We can't even call for backup. The way I see it, everyone remotely suspicious shouldn't be able to stay. I know things are pressing right now, but that doesn't mean we should just take everyone in. We don't have enough medical supplies to begin with. The other comms are listening to this conversation like, huh? That's not fair. We can't just kick them out. They're connected to the Ascendants. We've got to put them down. Sob. Sniffle, sniffle. Do you think killing us will save you? If an Ascendant is after the medical center, you're still going to die unless there are enough people to protect this place. It's all your fault. The crowd begins to argue intensely. Watching the scene unfold, no one can feel his non-existing heart aching. He has been through something similar in his recovered memories. The desperate folks who got involved with the wrong people. The innocents who are branded guilty by association. The powerlessness birthed from years of oppression and fear was sharpened into a knife, going for their kin's throats the moment it exploded. This tragedy would keep repeating itself as long as pain and suffering fill the people's livelihoods. Something has changed. This time, no one is not the powerless boy he once was. Let me make use of this anomaly before I lose control. I'll get you reinforcements. Excuse me? If comms are down and we're surrounded by the red tide, let me go out and find reinforcements. But you aren't sure if you're an Ascendant. It could be a coincidence that you're immune. You won't make it alone if you're attacked by a lot of corrupted or go somewhere with a much higher virus concentration. Do or do not, there is no try, is there? Not to mention that I could possess powers I couldn't control. Powers that could harm you all. Why should we trust you? What if you run away? Better we take you down now before you've recovered your full power. You can kill me. But everyone here will die as well if they're trapped by the red tide. Didn't Lillian say that CPF won't run for long? Let him go. An elderly refugee walks up. His step may be sluggish, but his presence is profound. The Grand Elder. Why? He wouldn't have mentioned the Ascendant if he wanted to run away. So? Maybe he was protecting Talbot. And Talbot can stay. Surely he'll surely come back if he wants to protect Talbot. But I know we're all wary of enemies hiding in the dark. But this paranoia when we haven't even caught a glimpse of that Ascendant will only spell our defeat. Talbot and this young man are just trying to help. They mean well. And they've yet to show any of the abilities you mentioned. There are only so few of us left. What remains if we hurt those that stand by us? Let him go. That's the only way. Please trust me. Ascendant or not, I'll never use that power to do harm. No one has planned for the worst. If he loses control, he will do anything to stop himself from hurting others, even at the cost of his life. I will come back with reinforcements. You know what will happen, right? You're associated with the Ascendant. The purifying force will come for you when you come back. But let me do what I can to help you before that happens. He knows he might be out of time. People hesitate in silence. Eventually, they nod at Nolan. Swayed by a tide they cannot cross, and Nolan's unyielding gaze. Alright, you're on. The other three will stay. Nolan nods back at the rest of them and turns to face Talbot. There's much he wants to say, but now is not the time. All Nolan can do is smile and wave at Talbot, William, and Mythos. Wait for me. The red tide has appeared on the streets outside the medical center. If this continues, the punishing virus concentration will go up. Get him, Nolan. Save us, Nolan. There's no time to deal with the corrupted. I need support ASAP. ASAP. Help. Help. Why did you do this? You could have passed the filtering. You should have accepted it. You should have saved me. Shrek. What are these red shadows? And who's Shrek? Well, he's a big green dude that lives in a swamp. How I wish I were the one who survived. Oh no, are we gonna see like Bella? You're a nobody. You should cherish the opportunity you were given. You monster. Disappeared. What is that? A construct kept by the Ascended in the cell. Where did I hear these words before? I think I heard footsteps. Is it the sound of the red tide too? Is there someone else? It's impossible. Average constructs can't stay near the red tide. You're being watched. Sound is gone. No, time is running out. To get through here before it's too late. Stalked by Talbot and William. Or with us. The dark sky, crimson phantoms, and the blood river form a picture of the inferno. Their whispers are filled with hatred, protesting about the young man who is rushing by. You could have saved us. You were chosen, but you ran away from your responsibilities. Why wouldn't you save us? Why? Why? Why did you leave? Save me. Save me, Shrek. That name. The young man stops running and turns toward the red tide projection. Who are you? I'm a task force defector. If we're meeting at an Ascended base, I assume we're all the same. Why did you defect? Huh. Are you surprised I chose an unlikely way to live instead of a likely way to die? I heard that failing the filtering will turn you into a corrupted. I have to try, right? What's your name, by the way? Everyone calls me Shrek. Shrek? It's my apologies. I think that name has to be associated with some ogreish monster. True. Shrek is canon in the Punishing Great Raven universe. That's insane. That's nuts. I suppose there's nothing wrong with calling you a monster when you're the construct the Ascendants are beating in a jail cell. I suppose. Well then, Let's hope we both pass the filtering, Mr. Monster. As goofy as it is for him to be nicknamed Shrek, it does kind of work because of what she just described. Shrek being the green, ugly ogre monster living in the swamp, but he's actually just a nice guy overall. You want to know what the filtering actually is? It's a test to select our comrades. From what your memories have shown me, it's akin to how the human conservation areas choose their skilled workers. People who don't turn into corrupted if the conservation areas don't choose them. Are you sure? Abandoned, they become scavengers who linger on, searching, looting, and stealing resources and livelihoods in a broken world. They take, and one day they'll die when someone else takes from them. Don't worry, I don't want to blame anyone, and I won't despise any. The world is taken over by the punishing virus. They don't have a choice. They are forced to become who they are. I simply want to put an end to their suffering sooner. Best if they pass the filtering and become one of us. I have somewhere they can go if they don't. The Ascendant smiles and points at the reservoir of the underground water rays. A crimson liquid is swirling with corpses and remains inside, as of a monster that will not stop gnawing. The female construct who was smiling at him earlier is within it too. She has long become one of its phantoms, repeating her plea before dying with faint, broken words. Save me, Shrek. See? Those who become one with the Crimson Sea are not dead. Their lives have begun anew. But I'm sure it's hard for you to comprehend this way. The Ascendant scoops up some of the red tide and delivers it before no one. Their minds and data are not gone. They're all stored here. They're searching for each other, becoming whole from the pain of their loss. Red tide feeds the hungry and unites the departed. It takes away all the doom and gloom and stitches together all their joy. She lets them gather and decompose, turning them into the creature of order Mr. wants when we arrange them, or a host of chaos when they come together freely. Those lives and minds are hardly what they were. Better than the completely rotten shells they would have been. No, I think I prefer Shrek. The monster's name sounds more like one of us. You should hate this world as much as I do. This world that keeps churning out dead bodies one after another. You should want to change it as well. That's how they get you. I don't want to force you to choose. I can give you more time if you're still undecided. Mister said, you'd only become a threat if we made you one of us against your will. Kind of like Luna's original thought process on the filtering, but with a different approach. So I'm only going to guide you. I'll never force you to do anything. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking about saving those who are still alive, why don't you try out your new powers? My new powers? Exactly. You're wondering when that happened, aren't you? Hee hee. I made you. Just imagine. Speaking all quiet and soft, all of a sudden when they do the little laugh, it's just really loud and obnoxious. I made you. You've retained your mind and nothing's broken for once. So I borrowed Mister's access and planted some magic in you. Abracadabra. As long as you stay near me, you don't have to fear the punishing virus. Instead, it can become your strength. You can read the information stored within the red tide. You can see the dead, save the living, and kill whoever you want to kill. That won't be necessary. I'm good. You don't want to save those people? Of course I do. Then why won't you agree? I'll never be your accomplice. Fragments of his broken memories begin to connect, slightly dispelling the fog in his mind. I rejected the offer. But what happened afterward? If you leave me, you'll slowly lose control of yourself until you become a monster that hurts other people. Wait, why did I reject it? If I don't use those powers to hurt people, I won't become an accomplice to the Ascendants. There's the danger of losing control. The young man turns to the red tide projection once more. What am I missing? It's too late, Shrek. The distorting projection struggles to hold together, repeating the words a woman said to the approaching man. That's what it always says in my book. A bird that was born in a cage will fear the sky. A goose that soars to the air will fear the cage. Humans can only make choices based on what they know. And someone without a past, someone who runs from it, is destined to be lost on the way to the future. Who are you? Don't you remember? This is the second time we've met. Bella? Oh, it's been too long. Bella. Passerby. I'll read through this note and then call it a night. Winter. The first encounter between Bella and the 17-year-old no one. No one has witnessed the conflicts within Aslam slowly come to a boiling point during the years he has served on the cargo crew, a festering wound that tests the boundaries of the people and the law. To stand a chance against the guards from the upper level, Rachel has finally found several weapon suppliers who are willing to work with her after a long period of searching and hard work. Actually, I feel like this is a good stopping point because it goes back into a flashback. I feel like this would have been a better stopping point. Yeah, well, we're in it anyway. Searching and hard work. Still, there are many desperate people in the lower level who are willing to snitch on them like Bancroft did. The cargo crew has to hide the weapons they have procured in different cargoes, sending them all across the world with their trucks to keep their plans safe. Actually, yeah, no, I feel like now that it's getting into flashback, I feel like this is a good stopping point. Here, I can't get out of it. I can't get out of it. It hurts. We'll go through it tomorrow. This is good for now. Whew. See, Alpha gets it. Sleep if you're tired. The fact that I've been dozing off a lot during this, yeah. I'll continue it tomorrow. Can't argue with that. If you're tired, just sleep, forehead. Damn, you right. You're so right for that. Alrighty. That was good. I don't even know if we're like anywhere. Oh yeah, we are at like halfway point essentially. Wow, okay. Wow, that's only halfway. It's only 5 hours. Oh jeez, but it's good. The dialogue notes are really long. They're very lengthy, but they're chock full of information. Chock full of like backstory for Noah, which I do like. People weren't kidding when they're saying like Noah's a very well fleshed out character. Like you learn so much about him in just this one chapter. It's crazy. It's like one massive character interlude, basically. It's really good though. I like it. Lengthy but really good. It's sad what he had to go through when he was younger, though, with his mom and stuff. It's sad. That was good. I'll continue this story tomorrow, probably to its conclusion. I can't guarantee that I won't be as exhausted as I was today, because I'm going to be busy during the day again tomorrow, so I might end up feeling just as tired when I go through this chapter again. So I'll try my best to stay awake and not fumble on my words and slur and all that stuff. Do my best. Anyway, with that being said, that'll be it for now for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, see you tomorrow for the continuation of Cinder Burns. Really great so far. Really, really, really great. Alright. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.